Okay, one more time. Sorry again.
Test one.
There. Okay, now we have it. So I'm gonna go silent and jump out of the call.
Hello and welcome. I'm here at the wonderful United Nations in Vienna, Austria, at the Zero Project Conference when we're talking about zero barriers. We have hundreds of speakers here from around the world, more than 50 countries, and we have the best of the best. And so I'm delighted to be at this fireside chat with incredible innovators from England who are really breaking boundaries with accessibility. I am here with Ian McKinnon and Catherine Perry of Global Disability Innovation Hub. It is just fabulous to be with you today. So please, Catherine, start off by telling us a little bit about yourself and your really exciting work.
Thank you. Sort of lovely introduction. So my name is Catherine Perry and I'm lead for advocacy and engagement at GDI Hub. We work across a whole group of different areas, from research to innovation, teaching. We implement programs and we work on advocacy. Ian.
Yeah, thank you so much for that introduction. That's fantastic. My name is Ian McKinnon. I am one of the co-founders and directors of the Global Disability Innovation Hub, and I lead our work on inclusive design, and that's primarily the inclusive design of the built environment, the world around us, and our cities.
You are each working so much on inclusive design, and as we think about the future, there is no issue more important than climate change, and the intersection of that with people with disabilities is so important. Why is it that it's so important to work on inclusive design and climate change at the same time?
Yeah, so thanks for that. I mean, I'll take that one. Inclusive design, climate change, and also AT, we think should all be considered together. For us, inclusive design is a process, it's a methodology that really helps to create more inclusive outcomes. In the case of cities, applying an inclusive design process can yield more inclusive cities. We currently lead research on this as part of our AT 2030 programme, which has a focus on developing countries in the Global South. Now, the reason that an AT programme is doing research on inclusive city design is because we know that it's all very well getting good quality, affordable AT to the people in greatest need. But if the environment in which they live still prohibits its use, then what's the point? So we know that AT and the environment are interlinked, but then in doing this research in the Global South as part of AT 2030, we're working in, for example, Ulaanbaatar in Mongolia, Varanasi in India, Surakarta in Indonesia, Nairobi in Kenya, and Freetown in Sierra Leone. Through this research and work, we have gained unique insights into the impact of climate change on the accessibility of these cities and the impact it's having on the lives of persons with disabilities. For example, how a lack of basic infrastructure in informal settlements is exacerbated hugely by extreme weather, and also how typical responses to climate change so often forget about the impact on people and on people's daily lives. So from simple examples such as building buildings on raised plinths, raised ground floors to avoid flooding, but in doing so, creating an access barrier. Think about ad hoc cycling infrastructure popping up in our cities. It's good green transport, but often forgets about pedestrians, especially pedestrians with sensory impairments and the impact on them. And then thinking about other kind of green public transport solutions that are proposed and put forward without thinking through the accessibility or inclusive nature of them. So the point is, inclusive design of cities, our response to climate change and access to AT, they're all interlinked. And they all play a huge part in allowing persons with disabilities to live life to their full potential. And what we see at the moment, right now, with the impetus around the climate crisis, is essentially a huge opportunity, an opportunity to ensure that we address sustainability and usability together, ensuring that we get all these developments right first time and for everyone.
I'm really interested in specific barriers that you're working on. And when I think about climate change, I think of two sides of the same coin. On one hand, there's the prevention of
Are you still there,
disaster.
Jennifer?
And you're not hearing me. On one hand, there's the prevention of the disaster, and on the other hand, there's the dealing with the different damage that happens with the climate events. So, what kinds of barriers are you facing, both the preventative kinds or things for when there is a climate catastrophe?
Yeah, so I think obviously climate change and climate resilience strategies brings this issue forward more quickly because the rate of change in terms of attention being put on climate resilience strategies is enormous. But we've had extreme weather patterns for a while, and in certain places like in Bangladesh, where you can expect quite regular flooding, disabled people are usually left behind. The infrastructure doesn't really serve them. In particular, I would say now, as we sort of put a lot more attention on how we are coping with alternative weather patterns, we're seeing at the moment that disabled people are not included in the conversation, certainly not well enough. So we had a side event at COP26 this year. It was one of 4 events, I think, on disability. The event wasn't accessible, and therefore we really have to think about, as these conversations happen in our sort of political classes, is the rhetoric really following the reality? And I think the truth is not really. And if the past behaviour is anything to go by, I'd say the future isn't looking particularly bright, but the good news is that we can change it. And what we want to see is whether it's part of the climate resilience strategies, or whether it's about humanitarian action, or whether it's about facilitating greater flexibility and providing support to marginalised groups of people, of which persons with disabilities tend to be included in that group, that there is networks there, that there is technology there, that there are support services there, and that the infrastructure works for them, regardless of whether it's a unique weather event or whether it's part of this climate resilience strategy that we're seeing more of today.
You mentioned how at the COP conference, how the Israeli energy minister who uses a wheelchair could not even access this climate change global event. We see other people with disabilities at the forefront of solutions, whether it's Greta Thunberg, who has autism, or Elon Musk, who also has autism and bipolar, who is doing electric cars and so many other technologies. What are you doing in terms of your initiative to ensure that people with disabilities themselves are centered in some of the problem solving and have access to, whether it's the COP event or other kinds of climate change activities and strategies?
Yeah, thanks, Jennifer. I mean, I'll take that, and Catherine, feel free to chip in. But I think for us, through our existing work and our partnerships, one of the things we're doing is creating an evidence base on this subject. In particular, if I reference again the 80-20-30 programme and the outputs from that, we hope will help us arrive at recommendations that we hope we can use to inform a global strategy on disability inclusive climate resilient city design. and in particular demonstrate how cities can implement real, tangible, positive change with persons with disabilities at the centre of that change. We're also leading the conversation with partners to keep this subject high on both the disability and the climate agendas, respectively. As you say, we presented at COP26 last year. We presented at the Global Disability Summit last week. GDI Hub's also the world's first WHO official global collaboration centre on AT, which is based at University College London at UCL. And we advocate for the rights of persons with disabilities across all of our work, including as a founding partner of the We the 15 movement. So, GDI Hub is working across the board really to push this agenda forward. What I'd also like to say at this point is about the ask of others. So that's kind of what we're focused on at the moment. But for others, how can they get involved in this work? And they ask people watching this call at conference. Well, for us, we really want DPOs, like disabled persons organisations, NGOs and other allies, to turn their attention to climate as one of the biggest threats to disability inclusion globally. And we want to make sure that persons with disabilities have a strong voice, certainly a stronger voice on the climate stage. And so we seek partners and fellow advocates who want to join us in this work. We would ask others thinking about these topics, but perhaps don't know where to start, to get in touch, ask for support, ask us about our work. But also, equally importantly, for people out there already doing great work on this, please let us know about it. It's so important that good work gets the recognition and is elevated the way that it needs to. I think also a point about education is important. Education on this subject is really, really important. And that's why a kind of core part of GDI Hub's work is around teaching and training, to help us spread this message far and wide. So that's a little bit about our work, but our ask of others, as it were, is to take this subject seriously, to let us know if you need help or support in it, to share great examples of it, because our voices on this will be stronger together. So let's make sure that through our work, we're connected and having an impact far greater than the sum of our individual parts. I mean, ultimately, the end game for us is to have tangible, positive change on the ground. And if that sounds like something you want to do too, then please let us know about it.
Yeah, and I just wanted to jump in and just add something else. And you asked, what GDI Hub is doing to ensure that disabled people are included in what we do. And I should say that is literally our purpose. That's why we exist, is to maximise the voices of disabled people. So through all of our research, through everything we do, we make sure that we're talking to disabled people all the time. At the end of the day, what we want are solutions that work for disabled people, for their families, and for the wider community. And we can't do that without including persons with disabilities in the conversation. So that for us is a norm. And I think what we want to see is that becomes the norm everywhere, all the time, and that it's included not as why are we talking about climate resilience and disability, but disability is embedded in those conversations from the beginning, and we don't need a fireside chat to talk about why they're so interlinked. I'd love that to be more widely understood. Thanks.
Catherine Perry and Ian McKinnon, you've been absolutely terrific here today. Global Disability Innovation Hub is online. Lots of tools, lots of information. You really help people make their work accessible. You're really on the front lines globally, providing concrete solutions to access, to inclusion, and thinking towards a world that is safe for every kind of living being. So I really want to thank you all for being with us, both of you, and to your entire teams for the tremendous work that you are doing. We are here at the United Nations in Vienna. There are hundreds of speakers here. We have hundreds of speakers from around the world, thousands of people watching from every country. I want to thank you for the work you're doing on climate change, which is so important, and bringing accessible technology to the future. Thank you for being with us today.
Thanks so much for talking to us.
Thank you, Jennifer. Thanks.
Bye.
Hello, this is Michael Fembeck. I'm the director of the Zero Project, and I'm proud and happy to host the second Fireside talk this morning. And I'm even more glad that I have good friends of us here together with me on the screen. I'm welcoming Yuval Wagner, the chairman of Access Israel. And on my right side, I'm welcoming Nir Cohen, who is the most probable leader of a new project that we are going to discuss about today. So Yuval, can you hear me well? Can you hear as well?
Yes, great.
Yeah, okay. So Yuval, you're up to something great. You and Access Israel, it's something new. It's a paradigm shift. It's about technology, and it's a big thing to come. So what is it?
Well, we all of us dealing with accessibility for so many years. Access Israel is dealing with it 22 years. I myself on a wheelchair for 33 years. And, we see things are getting better especially now when we have this amazing Zero Project Conference. We see so many people, so many work, so many prizes. And we have still a lot of things to improve in order to have accessibility, in order to enable people with disabilities to live with their disabilities normally like everyone else. And we found out when we evaluated the past that we are doing something very, very wrong. Everything we do in accessibility is we're fixing it retroactively. We build inaccessible buildings and then we have to fix them. We build inaccessible websites and then we have to fix it. We make services for the clients and then we have to adjust them and make them accessible. And doing things retroactively is the worst way to do things. We have to do it by design, because when we do it retroactively, it costs more money, it takes a lot of time, and it makes a social gap or a social or accessible gap for people with disabilities. So our basic idea, let's change the paradigm and let's do everything by design. And this puts us in a very special opportunity, an historic opportunity. Because when we look to the future, all of us can understand that everything will be by technologies. Our smart homes, our smart cities, smart education, smart medicine, smart autonomous cars, everything will be based on technologies and services that are based on technologies. So we want to catch this amazing opportunity and jump on it and tackle it and make sure all technologies will be accessible by design. And this is something that is not happening now. In your conference, in Zero Project, we are getting aware to many things that are being done. But it's a project here, it's a project there, it's a company over there. It's like randomly, and it's only a few. If you want to really succeed in making our future fully accessible for all disabilities in all areas of life, we have to make sure that everything is accessible. And here we invented this amazing idea that we are fully excited about it, and we are honored by the opportunity to share with the friends of with the Zero Project community. And I would like to give Nir the opportunity to share more deeply about the project possible and actually how we're going to change the future by design for people with disabilities.
Thank you, Yuval. This is an incredible vision, and we, of course, as the Zero Project, share this 100%. But I'm now looking to my right side, who is the man who should and will make this happen.
I'll be in charge.
You're in charge. So what are you up to? What's the concrete solution and project that you're working on?
So I'll speak a bit about possible initiative, but the most important thing is about creating the ability and creating a consortium. Because if you want to create a big change, a large change, and when we thought about even the name of it, we said that it's going to be possible. That's the main idea, to convince people that it's possible. What Caroline Casey has just mentioned, what Yuval just said, creating technology accessible by design, it's something that it's weird that it's not happening already. And so basically it's about creating a consortium, creating an ecosystem of innovation, and bringing everyone to the table, bringing the large corporates, bringing the startups, bringing organization of disabilities, and understanding or explaining the main barriers. And that's the most important thing, because everyone are committed to the idea of disabilities and inclusion, but what do they need to do? What is the challenge, the main challenge of awareness? And if we want to create a large change, before the awareness, we need to do the research, and we need to understand the main barriers and bring in everyone to the table. And only after that, and we are about to focus, as Yuval mentioned, on smart transportation, focusing on taxis, and we are about to focus on healthcare and focus on all the aspects that are relevant to people with disabilities, and to work with the industry and with the organization of disabilities to understand the main barriers, what can be done and what solutions do we have already, and then to promote them ahead. So the main idea is to understand and identify the main barriers, and then to create reporting on each and every aspect, and only then bringing the awareness and bringing everyone to the table. And I think that Possible is a great example to the amazing things that happen here in Zero Project. And okay, now you can hear me better. And the main thing is to create this ripple effect. I mean, to bring any more organization to this initiative, to create, I'm seeing what she's drawing and it's amazing, but to create more organization related to this Possible initiative, bringing their things to the table, understanding the main barriers, and helping understand how do we need, or what do we need to do in order to create it. And we believe, Yuval, myself, and all the people in Access Israel, that it's possible. And it's as simple as that.
I think we as the Zero Project, and trust everyone in this room here, will agree with what you're saying, but just to drill down a little bit, you have to start somewhere, no? As you cannot do everything at the same time for everyone and every barrier. No? You mentioned already cars and taxis, you mentioned health. Where you want to start? What's your first project? How do you kick this off?
Yuval, you want me? you want
me
to?
I'll jump in. Well, the thing after we research many areas that we looking forward in the future to tackle. One of them, of course, everyone knows, everyone hears about autonomic transportation, and probably the first autonomic transportation of a kind that will be implemented in our cities, in our smart cities, is we're looking for the autonomic taxi. And so this would be our first focus, and we will do this with ONCE and Zero Project and other friends. And we are going to define and understand and learn and research what are the barriers that are now avoiding or not enabling autonomic taxis to be fully accessible for someone on a wheelchair, how it's going to go himself on a ramp when the driver cannot help him, and how a blind person can find and locate the taxi, go into it, and give instruction where he wants to go, and etc., etc. And we're going to define all the barriers. And this list of barriers, we're going to publish and make it, we're going to make awareness about these challenges to the all tech community, challenging them. We're going to take the barriers and transform them to a challenge, to challenges. And we're actually going to challenge the tech a community in the world and tech companies in the world to develop solutions that at the end will enable, for example, the autonomic taxis to be fully accessible. And that's the idea, but it's not going alone. It's the research and the publication of the challenges is only the core work. Around it, we will do many, many cooperations with nonprofits, with technology companies, with universities, with startups, motivating development of those solutions and products for those challenges that we raised up. So it's super exciting. And as we said, it's not only cars. For example, all of us know that we're talking about health, and we're talking about education and smart homes. In all of those areas, okay, we have things that we have to develop in order to have an accessible future. Mm-hmm. So we are actually, I'm going to pass to Nir to give a call. Who do you look for us to join us on this mission?
Yeah, so that would be my closing question. I think you got like-minded people here. People are fully motivated to join in. What would you expect us and the rest of the community? How can we come in?
Exactly. And Yuval has mentioned transportation, of course, and healthcare, but it's about aviation, and it's about education, and it's about employment, and it's about computers and robotics and verification, all the things, all the aspects that are relevant to the lives of people with disabilities. And we are looking to create a process that will be based on expert, but will be based as well as on opinions of people from the public. And it will allow people to participate, will allow to bring inside expert, but we need the industry. So if this aspect, transportation and education, employment, aviation, healthcare, robotics, computer or verification, relevant to your organization, and if you are a large organization that create technology and you are willing to do the, just to believe that it is possible, then we are working and we are willing to work with you, and we want to work with you to create and understand even better the barriers and what need and what can be done in order to create a future of accessible by design that will be relevant, first of all, to your companies and to people with disabilities.
Okay. Yuval, some closing words. We got 1 more minute. Some closing words from your side.
I just want to thank you, because we're going to work also with the amazing new database of Zero Project, and so I just want to mention that too, and to thank you about. It's all about doing together a greater cause for all of us. So we're looking forward for cooperations from the community of Zero Projects and everyone that is interested in making the future tech era accessible by design.
Thank you, Yuval. Thank you, Nir. We are really looking forward to this great project. And yeah, whenever you come, we are there, and we will do this together. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. And before we really close this, we have Petra, our graphic facilitator, with us. She summarized this discussion. So if the camera moves over to the graphic, then Petra will give us a 1 minute summary of how she saw this discussion, what she took away from it.
Yeah, a very quick summary, and it will be more colorful later. I heard about bugs that are integrated in our nowadays design, be it buildings, technology. So I drew a lot of bugs. And these bugs can be fixed if we bring everybody together on a table, all the experts, make a list of where the bugs are, and then make an accessible future by design and not fix it later on. That's my summary.
Wow. Thanks a lot. It was not 1 minute, it was 20 seconds. So congratulations. Thank you.
We are finished.
Hello and welcome. I'm Jennifer Laszlo Mizrahi, founder of Respectability, and I am so excited to be here with you today from Vienna, Austria, where we are at the United Nations for the fabulous Zero Barriers Conference, where we have hundreds of people from around the world who are speakers, who are at the very forefront of the disability movement, real movers, shakers, people who are providing access to the more than 1 billion people with disabilities around the world. I am so honored today to be with a real innovator and groundbreaking leader, with Kearns Lane, who is here to talk to us about Be My Eyes. This is a really exciting technology because it combines human beings with technology. So Kearns, tell us about what it is that you're doing, how does it work, and what is its impact?
Sure. Thank you, Jennifer. And thank you to everyone who has organized this incredible opportunity. Be My Eyes is a really simple mobile application that connects people who are blind or may have low vision to a sighted volunteer or a company representative for quick visual assistance. This works across geographies, languages, time zones, cultural differences. So we really are on a mission to see the world together and connect people through technology.
So tell us about how this works. Let's say you're an individual who's blind or has low vision, or you're somebody who wants to be a volunteer. How do you learn about this, and what is your marketing strategy?
Sure. So we don't really pay for marketing. We've really been a word of mouth organization that has relied on external champions and internal user influencers. So we're not really in the game of paying for either advertising to bring new users onto the platform or paying for PR. Thankfully, I feel incredibly lucky to work for a company that regularly is picked up by great outlets because of our mission. So we generally, acquire users or volunteers because they hear about it from a friend, or they read a piece of news that decided to cover us. And then we do a little promotion like on our social media channels as well, and on our website.
Now, Kearns, I understand that Be My Eyes has really become a community, that you're really bringing people together. Can you give us some specific examples of how that works and maybe some success stories from Be My Eyes and the community that you're building?
Sure. So, every day somebody is connecting to another person who they don't know for help. And the person who answers the Be My Eyes call is having that perspective shift occur in their own lives. I know that when I first got a Be My Eyes call, it was really enlightening. And it's literally a perspective shift because you're seeing through the rear camera of somebody's phone. You're seeing a little glimpse into their life, and it's all with kindness and empathy and generosity in mind. Some success stories that we have heard about, anything from parents being able to check their children's homework, somebody who is lost being able to get back to where they're trying to go, women being able to read their pregnancy tests privately without having to, potentially share a life-changing result too early with someone. So these are just a few things that occur on the platform all the time, and we like to think that each call represents a good deed waiting to happen for our volunteers. And this is really what kind of drives this growth in our community.
Is there any sort of special training that your volunteers come through? And is there any sort of elevation of some of the volunteers who get more experience around things such as medical visits or any other kinds of particular kind of service that you're offering to people who are blind or low vision?
So we don't rely on the volunteers for that. However, there is a section of the app called Specialized Help. In this section of the app, you can find partner companies and reach a subject matter expert. So if you are, let's say, locked out of your Gmail account, you can contact Google anywhere in the world 24/7 and get help that way. You can get a COVID test read to you from the National Health Service in the UK. So, you know, while some of our volunteers are definitely experts in whatever they do, the way that we route the calls is a bit random. So that's why we've created this this section of the app where you can reach a subject matter expert or a company representative.
This is such an important service, helping so many people, and as people age, they're much more likely to lose their vision, so they might have a really big change that is going on. So I really am really interested in how you fund this so that you can do it going forward. You know, it's so hard to have good things that are sustainable. What is your model for making sure that you can continue this amazing service?
That's a great question. So we keep the app free, and it will be free in perpetuity for our users and for our volunteers. You know, one of the first accessibility barriers that I think we can all recognize is financial barriers. So anytime a company comes on board to provide specialized help or to volunteer as part of a corporate volunteering package, or if they buy an internal version of this for their own employees, so if they want to support their blind or low vision employees, that comes with a fee that sustains the free use of the app for our users and volunteers.
What a fabulous idea to have relationships with employers. This is so important. I know that at Respectability, we have more than 10 people who are blind or low vision who are employees of Respectability. And so being able to help people on the job is really very, very helpful. How do you identify these employers? Are they also just finding you through word of mouth, or do you have a sustained campaign to recruit more employers to you?
Yeah, so sometimes we do have a word of mouth sort of entry into what we do, and we get leads that way. Sometimes employers or groups will reach out to us, but most of the time, and you know, part of my role actually in my day-to-day job is to create strategies for lead generation and outreach, to determine based on feedback from our users, what would be most useful for them. So we're always open to suggestions from our users. You know, if there's a company that you'd like to reach, you're welcome to get in touch with us. Myself or someone on my team will reach out to whoever we can and try to start a relationship that way.
So how do they reach out to you, Kearns? Where do they connect to you? How can people get involved?
Sure. So if you go to the website, you can submit a form. If you look under the Business Solutions section of the website, you're welcome to put your information in there, and we will get in touch with you as soon as possible. Likewise, our users can request companies through the app itself. So there's a little info button on the top right. And everything in the app is compatible with TalkBack or VoiceOver, so there's not going to be any accessibility barriers to finding that. And then you're welcome to submit the companies that you'd like us to reach out to through that section of the app.
That's great. And then when you have these relationships with some of these outside resources, you mentioned Google, for example. You know, if somebody wanted to check their Gmail, or maybe they wanted to update their LinkedIn, do you have a series of resources from different vendors who are helping blind consumers? Or do you have to do that on a case-by-case basis where you're looking things up one at a time as people are making requests?
So when somebody contacts a company, they're actually going to be connected to someone who works at that company. So in the case of Google, you know, it could be you'd be connected to their disability support desk, and they are really, I mean, they're phenomenal in their ability to support for a wide variety of use cases. And you mentioned LinkedIn. They're actually on the platform as well. In certain cases, you know, there might be a chance where the agent needs to transfer a person, but because they know that this person is coming in through Be My Eyes, they're going to be able to get that information to that caller in a way that's accessible to them.
During the pandemic in the United States, we've seen a tremendous expansion of remote work, with more and more blind individuals able to have a job for the very first time because they can work from home, they don't have to worry about transportation. Have you seen this really make any changes for your platform and for your community, this, you know, real expansion of remote work?
So I think more than anything, it's presented a great opportunity for us to bring Be My Eyes for Work to more organizations. I'm sure that people have used it in that scenario, but really this is an area where we'd love to expand and work with more businesses to support their employees who might be working remotely.
One of the very exciting things is that in the United States, believe it or not, during the pandemic, we have the highest labor force participation rate of people with disabilities since it has ever been recorded. And a big part of that is because of remote work and because of accessibility technologies like yours. Do you, Kearns, have a favorite story of a success? And we have about a minute remaining. What is your favorite story of what you've been able to do with this program?
So I think one of my favorite stories is just the story of you know, my coworkers who are blind or low vision, who have really been able to thrive, grow by focusing on our mission to see the world together. For myself, you know, this has been a life-changing job for me. So, you know, I don't want to use myself as an example, but it's really been a perspective-changing and rewarding experience to be with Be My Eyes.
Kearns Lane is just such a tremendous leader. The work that he's doing at Be My Eyes is so tremendous. Here at the United Nations, we are so accessible at the Zero Project that we have a summary with a picture. And so for those of you who are able to see this, I'm going to have it turn right now to this fabulous graphic.
Thank you. Let me just give you a quick summary of what I heard. And I drew something, so I'll explain all the pictures. You can see, I tried to put the logo here, Be My Eyes. And Kearns Lane is telling us about this application that is free of charge for all the users and the volunteers. And it's quick visual assistance for blind and hard people with visual impairments. How it works is that there is a platform of volunteers who provide their eyes to a blind person. And it works like that. You take your camera, the back camera of your mobile phone, and you show the picture, send the picture or the camera to a person and say, okay, please, can you tell me what you see? And the person will tell you what he or she sees. I took something like, okay, I can see your medication or the COVID test example. It's a big opportunity, not only for these private issues, but also for work. So it's a life-changing application. We also heard, okay, how do you make marketing for this? And it's word of mouth. It's by telling people that there is something good happening. And I also heard that one of the big tasks you have is building relationships to your partners. So it's funded by those relationships to your partners, and that's why it will always be free of charge.
Perfect.
Thank you all for joining us today.
All sorted?
Yeah. Just quick dash. Remember where I put it. Very organized.
passengers.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the Zero Project Conference 2022 Fireside Talk. We are right in the thick of lunch break, and we have perhaps the most tasty treat of today's lunch break, which is a wonderful Fireside Talk with Craig Spence and Jared Klein about We the 15. So I'm very glad, and I see Craig and Jared in the call already, so they're on time, so thank you for that. And without further ado, what I will do is briefly visually describe myself and then hand over to Craig and Jared to do the same. They will also tell you about their titles and affiliations. They work for wonderful organizations a lot of you will be familiar with, and a lot of you might be familiar with Craig and Jared already, but nevertheless, we want to give them the opportunity to also introduce themselves. And then we'll delve into what will be a 30-minute fireside talk, so a double session here at the Zero Project Conference 2022. A majority of our fireside talks are 50 minutes in duration, but we really have a fantastic campaign which we'll be talking about, namely We the 15, and that truly deserves time and attention. So my name is Ramtin Weiss. I'm the manager here of the public sector at the Zero Project. For those of you who can perhaps hear me but not see me, I'm a white male in his early 30s. I have a cast around my right hand because I just recently tore my tendon. So yeah, a bit painful. Therefore, I'm only wearing a rolled up dress shirt, wearing a black tie. I have short cropped black hair, which is receding, the times of age, as you may. And what I would like to do is hand over to Craig to introduce himself as the first speaker of today.
Thanks, Robin. Hello, everyone. My name's Craig Spence. I'm the Chief Brand and Communications Officer for the International Paralympic Committee. For those of you who can't see me, I'm a white male, very receding. I've shaven all my hair off recently. I wear spectacles, and today I'm wearing a blue jumper, and I will let you into the fact that I am working from home, and as you can't see my legs, I'm actually wearing shorts. During my day job is working for the International Paralympic Committee as Chief Brand and Communications Officer. So that is predominantly working on the Paralympic Games. So tomorrow I am flying to Beijing, ready for the Paralympic Winter Games that open on the 4th of March. So I look after all the communication elements for the IPC and was proud to work with the team at IDA to spearhead the launch of We the 15 in August last year.
Over to you, Jared, please.
Thank you so much. My name is Jared Klein. I'm a human rights advisor for the International Disability Alliance. I'm based in Geneva, and I mainly work at the Human Rights Council and the World Health Assembly. I'm a white man with shortly cropped, receding grayish hair, white shirt, and a floral blue and pink tie. Really happy to be here.
Thank you, Jared. Thank you, Craig. So we're here live from the United Nations office at Vienna, and behind me you can probably see the commotion of our participants walking around, and a lot of them, I'm sure, have heard about We the 15, maybe have even seen the wonderful advertisement campaign which went out last year during the Tokyo Olympics. But for those perhaps who have not, would you like to summarize in the essence what We the 15 is, and then I think we can delve a bit more into the details, what has been achieved so far, and a bit more about the roadmap of what lies ahead. And Craig and Jared, what I want to say is you probably don't see this, but to the left of me, there's a very diligent and creative graphic artist, and maybe the cameraman can pan to the right, and we can see her starting to draw up some very great visual representations of what we're talking about. So at the end of the fireside talk, we'll pan over to her and she'll summarize in a visual manner what we spoke about. So I just wanted for everyone online and in person to have the full picture here at the fireside talk. But perhaps back to We the 15. So in a nutshell, what are we talking about?
Yeah, I'd say in a nutshell, We the 15 aspires to be the world's biggest human rights campaign representing the world's 15% with disabilities. It's a 10-year movement stroke campaign that aims to provoke global conversations around the rights of persons with disabilities and, most importantly, initiate change. And for the first time ever, 20 international organizations spearheaded by the IPC and the International Disability Alliance have come together to make it happen.
Talking about the International Disability Alliance and also kind of the very, let's say, loaded words, world's biggest human rights movement, I wanted to ask, what differentiates We the 15 from, say, other disability campaigns or other advocacy campaigns?
Yeah, I mean, I think the key point from IDA's perspective is the way in which so many diverse stakeholders have come together, and that sounds a bit bureaucratic, but it means that there's buy-in not just at the grassroots level, but right to the very top of organizations, at the UN, business, and sport, and also for us, it really is about leveraging the power of sport for good, for human rights advancements. We have a great framework, the CRPD, which the disability movement fought very hard for 15 or so years ago. There's inclusion in various other international instruments, but what we do find is that the words on paper are not enough. Continuous effort across all sectors at all levels, and something inspirational is really necessary to keep that progress driving forward. I think that's the real value add of We the 15 and the immense potential of it.
That sounds interesting. And I'm wondering, with such a great roster of founding organizations being on board, which have all come together, we are now more than half a year into the campaign. Recapping and looking back and also looking forward, what have we achieved so far with We the 15?
I think we've achieved a lot. But there's still much more to do. I think, what have we achieved? Well, first of all, for the first time ever, we've brought together this coalition of international organizations covering sport, human rights, civil society, and various other sectors, and said, look, let's put our egos at the door and let's work towards a common goal, which is advancing the rights of the world's 15% with disabilities. So that in its own right was a significant achievement. Since then, we've obviously launched We the 15. We launched it around the Tokyo 2020 Paralympics, and we've generated a lot of awareness for the campaign. So the film that we launched, which was 90 seconds long and shown in 70 countries, as well as the opening ceremony of Tokyo 2020, that's been seen by 750 million people. The media coverage alone for the launch of We the 15 reached 6.2 billion people. That's equivalent to 80% of the planet's population. So we've got a lot of awareness, and the research is also showing that every 1 in 5 people around the world is aware of We the 15, which is a stunning success, bearing in mind we only launched in August. We've now got the awareness, which is great, but I dare say we've not achieved what we want to do, which is change. And now it's time to change awareness into actions. And that's what you will see with phase 2 of We the 15 that will roll out later this year. Jared,
all right.
Is there anything to add on to that?
Go ahead, Jared.
So I'm trying to unmute myself. Oh, there we go. Sorry, I was muted. Yeah, I think the awareness raising is key, and it sounds at a certain level easy, but actually it's very difficult because it's the heart of the convention. One of the value adds of the CRPD was Article 8, and it's really fundamental that attitudes about persons with disabilities inform, historically, unfortunately, very negative policies and practices. So if we can change mindsets, then we can change the world. And I think that's why the We 15 campaign and the videos was so great. Here in Geneva, when I talk with states, we have a resolution, the Human Rights Council on sports and disability coming up. And people are aware of the campaign, and it really has, I think, shifted, at least moved the needle a little bit and focused priorities on these issues in a way that had been lagging a little bit. It's a cyclical process, I suppose, but we really need to build on the momentum that we've generated thus far.
So one can say it really has a cross-sectoral approach to it, starting with sports, and as Jared, as he mentioned, translating now also into the public sphere, trying to raise awareness there. Perhaps I'm curious about the reception which We the 15 initially got when it was presented in Tokyo, also among athletes, because I think athletes are usually kind of the first front individuals we engage with. Everyone kind of wants to have that star athlete, para-athlete as part of their advocacy campaign. And I'm wondering if you could share a bit with our audience kind of how they perceived We the 15 and kind of the input or their wishes which they passed along to you as you presented the campaign.
Yeah, the feedback we received from the athletes was really good. I think in hindsight, we could have done a better job getting the athletes on board with We the 15 for the launch. You've got to remember that last year was the first Paralympic Games ever organised during a pandemic, so there was lots of information that the athletes needed to take in ahead of the Games in terms of how would the Games run with all the protocols that were put in place to ensure safe Games. But the athletes who engaged with the campaign, they were really receptive. They said it was long overdue. They loved the fact that they realise now that they are global sports stars like anyone else, and with that comes some responsibility in their role models, and they've also got a platform to engage global audiences. So we had a number of athletes who acted as spokespeople for the campaign when we launched last August in Australia, in the UK, in the US. And that was really good to hear from the athletes. And the athletes, I think, now feel a sense of responsibility that their actions and their performances is not just about them as a person, but it's how can we work together to transform the lives of 1.2 billion people. It's there's a perception in the world also that people watch the Paralympic Games and they see persons with disabilities and they think, oh, every athlete can run 100 meters in this short space of time or do these amazing achievements. And we've got to change that mindset that actually there's 1.2 billion people out there, 15% of the world, and we need to initiate change for them. And if our athletes can help do that, then fantastic. And I'm sure we'll hear a lot more from our athletes in the coming weeks as well.
So with the momentum of 750 million people pushing you forward, you touched upon phase 2 of We the 15. Would you like to delve into some details and share with us, is this something where the general audience, where the person watching this YouTube live stream can be involved? And if yes, how?
Yeah, absolutely. So We the 15 will have two strands to it going forward as we embark on phase 2. The first strand is a campaigning arm, and we will initiate campaigns aligned with the Paralympic Games in Paris in 2024, Milan in 2026, and LA in 2028. And we'll focus on different strands of the campaign. So in Paris, the campaign will switch from awareness to one around attitudes and barriers facing persons with disabilities. In 2026, with Milan and the Paralympic Winter Games there, we'll start to focus on attitudes and stigma before embarking on representation and participation in society in 2028. So that's the campaigning side of We the 15 going forward. Below that sits the movement. And what we want to develop is a We the 15 network that anyone in the world can contribute towards. So later this year, we're going to be launching something called Purple Pledges. And this is an initiative where anyone in the world can commit to an action, what they will do either as an organization, a government, a business, or as a member of the public. What are they going to do to drive social inclusion for the world's 1.2 billion persons with disabilities? Those commitments will be aligned with the Global Disability Summit, and we'll be launching the Purple Pledges probably around 3rd of December, International Day of Persons with Disabilities, so later this year. But around the Beijing Paralympics coming up, we'll be again continuing to raise awareness of the new campaign during the opening ceremony on the 4th of March.
So we really can all look forward to December then to see how as an organization and as an individual we will able to commit to these Purple Pledges. And I'd love to get back to Jared and ask a question about the International Disability Alliance and its role in the campaign. I think one of the key strengths of the IDA is the global representation it has. And I'm wondering, some people might look at this campaign and say, well, is it enough if David Beckham posts on Instagram about We the 15? What about the global south? What about individuals in socioeconomic conditions which are more precarious, which do not have the luxuries of having high-end prosthetics? And is We the 15 a campaign for them as well? And if yes, how can they get involved?
Yeah, I think that you're right. It needs to be and absolutely is a campaign for all. The reality is that the situation of persons with disabilities, whether in the global north or global south, is one of extreme marginalization and discrimination, and can take different forms, but it still exists. And in a way, the attitudes about disability and about persons with disabilities are at the heart of that. The International Disability Alliance is a membership-based organization, so we have a regional network and over 1,000 members, which are predominantly global south organizations, and we've seen good buy-in there also. I think that the potential as countries develop economically to shape their policies in a way that doesn't build barriers, I think is fundamental, and that's something that we see in campaign, and the pledges can definitely help with. I mean, it's a supplement to the CRPD obligations, to the SDGs, and to all the other frameworks, but what it really can do is to focus the minds of decision makers to make sure that they make the right choices. And it's not about income level of the country. It's not about high-end prosthetics per se. It's really about not building barriers, eliminating discrimination, not building institutions. So sometimes it's about what not to do, and as well as what you must positively do.
I think that's a very valid point, Jared, and I think that's what aligns We the 15 with the Zero Project, which was one of the 20 founding organizations of the campaign. And I think it's really to look and take a solution-oriented approach, and to understand that we need to mainstream in all societies and in all spheres of society to push forward the envelope of the essence of what We the 15 is. And perhaps with that in mind, I'm wondering also for the viewer at home, if he or she says, wonderful, I want to get involved. What are some resources you could share with them as kind of a first step and as a first touching point with the campaign, and how they can become an ally for We the 15?
I think the first thing people can do is follow We the 15 on Twitter and Instagram. So really simple to do. Share the campaign film, because actually the campaign film is not just about building awareness. It's really provoked a lot of reaction. The amount of people who didn't realize that 15% in the world had disabilities. And also, there's many people who come to me who don't have a disability going, do you know what? I never really imagined that persons with disabilities got married or had children or had normal lives. So the film is a key thing for us to share at the moment, is really because it's changing people's mindset. Because when people think about inclusion, they're only thinking in either gender, sexual orientation, or ethnicity. They're not always thinking disability, despite the fact that it intersects the three things. So follow the social media sites, share the We the 15 film, and have a look at we15.org, the website as well, and tell all your friends about what we're trying to achieve, and start thinking about what your purple pledge could be this December when we launch the platform, and try and engage anyone you know in the campaign, because change needs to start in the local community. And that means anyone can make a contribution to this campaign, whether you're a member of the public, a business leader, a government official, or a city mayor. Everyone can initiate change.
Let me ask you then, Craig and Jared, are there any teasers you can give us and the audience in regards to the type of pledges we could make? Something to, some homework for everyone watching.
Shall I take that one, Jared? Or do you want to?
Sure. You go first. I'll see what you say, and then I'll add to it.
So what we've done is there's two ways you can make a pledge. We've come up with a menu of commitments for the various 7 areas that we're looking at, which is cities, academia, governments, businesses, media outlets, and such like. So there's a menu of commitments. So you can choose from the set menu, or you can go a la carte and come up with your own commitment. So the homework for people could be just coming up with their own commitment. I mean, if you're if you're a leader of an organization, how many persons with disabilities are in your workforce? Any advertising campaigns that you do, how many persons with disabilities have featured in your TV commercials or your marketing literature? Is your workplace fully accessible? Things like that are the commitments that we're going to be looking for.
And on my side, I think as sort of preliminary framework, as Craig said, watch the video, think about your attitudes and mindset about persons with disabilities, talk to persons with disabilities, talk to organizations of persons with disabilities if you know some local ones, and even just basics. Often accessibility is a really obvious entry point, excuse the pun, in that look at where you live. If you were a wheelchair user, could you get around? Could you get from your home to your workplace? Could you go to the pub? Could you watch sports? Unfortunately, in many places you couldn't. It's only the first step in global transformation, but I think just look at your immediate environment and reflect on what the lives of persons with disabilities are like. Are they included in the community, in your community, or not?
Very valid points. Thank you for that. Since we have the luxury to talk, so to say, to the masterminds behind the campaign, and we have quite some I think experienced individuals and organizations on the ground here in Vienna as well at the Zero Project conference. Are there any lessons learned you would like to share, having undertaken this colossal effort with this global campaign, with dozens of global organizations being on board, streamlining different interests, streamlining different cultural approaches? Having launched this and having had metrics to show, I'm sure there are also things which did not go as smoothly. And in hindsight, what would you like to share as lessons learned from this global campaign to our audience?
Well, I think when people think of lessons learned, they always think of the negatives that they need to do better next time. But let's start with a real key lesson learned for us was the world is switching on to disability inclusion like never before. So there are many organizations that I think, for me, tell me that the time is now for us to act and really push on this subject. So every global organization we have spoken to, whether that's Coca-Cola, the UN, or other organizations, when we've said to them and said, this is what we're wanting to achieve, they're saying, fantastic, we want in. We have behind We the 15 one of the biggest advertising agencies in the world and 3 of the biggest public relations agencies in the world working for us, value in kind, to support We the 15 because they realize this is the right thing to do for society. So that's been a key learning for us, is there's a real positivity around this, and don't be scared to ask the difficult questions, because I think previously we'd have got a no, we're now getting a yes. That's the first key learning, I think, from our side. The other thing was, I think another thing we look at is the planning of this. I mean, we took 18 months to get it to the launch phase. And it sounds like a very long time, but actually we could have done with an extra 6 months. Because if I look back at what we've achieved, and we got some research last week on this, yes, we got great global awareness, but and
2-minute notice.
Our objective is to engage the 85%. But actually, many disability rights groups around the world said they were unaware of the campaign. And actually, it's really important that we do this journey, that we take the 15% along with us, because if they're not backing us, then it's not going to be as successful as we want it to be. So those are the 2 key learnings from my side. Jared?
Yeah, I think for me, it's about keeping the message simple. In Vienna, I'm sure you have a wide range of technical agencies, and same here in Geneva. And things can get legally complicated. They can get complicated in policy terms, but the message has to be simple and understandable for all. I think that's me personally been the biggest challenge, and a really, really important lesson to learn, that people won't be won over by sophisticated legal arguments. It's about clarity of vision.
And I'll summarize all of that with empathy and kindness. It does exist, and I think We the 15 is a marvelous example for that. And as mentioned, I would love to end this fireside talk by paneling over to Petra Plichka, our very, very talented graphic facilitator who has been with us many years. She feels like she's part of the Zero Project family, and I'll let her talk a bit about what she was able to capture in this session.
Okay, what did I capture? We the 15 refers to 1.2 billion people, 15% of the world population living with a disability. The project itself started only like 6 months ago, and in a nutshell, it's the biggest human rights movement, not only from grassroots, but all up to the top. What did we achieve until now? You achieved awareness, big awareness. Yes, there's still more to go, but big achievement was positive feedback from the athletes, being seen as fully capable sports people. So big awareness has been achieved, but the challenge is to create change of mindset and of attitudes. And that's why you are going to have a campaigning app and building a global network. The global network should not, I only drew like the north of the world, so I added, don't forget the global south, because there is a lot of networking also on the way. And the question was, how can we be part of this? And I heard that there is a menu of commitments so that people can do the Purple Pledge. So they can either look at their menu that they can find on your website, or they can come up with their own ideas on how to support athletes with disabilities and people with disabilities all around the world. What else can we do? Follow the campaign on Twitter, Instagram, look at the film, and also ask yourself, what is your Purple Pledge? What would you be doing? What can you contribute? And the biggest key findings and the key issues were, one is the time is now. It's the right time to create awareness about and for people with disabilities, and also have a clear and simple message. That's the simple message, hopefully, from my side. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Petra. You can see Craig's amazement that you are a wizard with your markers, which is why we love to have you at the conference, to really capture also in a visual manner so everyone learns differently, be it verbally or visually. And with that being said, the time is now. The time is now to wrap up this fireside talk, and the time is now for you to all step away from your screen and start working on your purple pledges. Thank you, Craig. Thank you, Jared. Have a great day.
Thanks, gents. Have a good day.
Thanks so much. Good luck in Beijing.
Safe trip to New York, Jared. Enjoy.
Safe travels.
See you. Bye.
See you later. Bye-bye. Thanks.
Good afternoon from the Zero Project Conference. I'm very honored to have a splendid gentleman next to me, David Benz. Thank you for coming. David, you wear a number of hats, and one of them to be a Zero Project awardee, because you are amongst the 76 which we are celebrating during this conference. We judge on innovation, impact, and scalability. And you are one of the 76 which has gone, through the nomination process. Then we have a 3-phase evaluation process, and at the end, Global Symbols is one of the FODs. I know you know half of the people at least, but for the other half, please introduce yourself briefly.
Thank you, Ulrich. Yeah, I'm David. With my colleague, E.A. Draffen, we built and developed Global Symbols. So my interest really is how do we support people with no speech, with no voice, to communicate regardless of where they are, but in a language and using symbols that reflect their interests. So I've been working in disability and technology for about 35 years. But this interest in communication has been at the heart of many of those years.
How did you come up with the idea of Global Symbols?
It started when I was working in Qatar. So we were working and we were really interested in how you developed a symbol set that reflected Arabic language and culture. Because although there were many symbol sets available, and they were very good, there were symbols that differed for how people communicated, symbols for how people dressed, the food they ate, even things like how houses were designed, and even how you represented family and friends, men and women, were quite important to be familiar to people. So we developed a symbol set for Arabic to start off with, and it then became very clear that was really just the beginning of a process. So with Global Symbols, what we wanted to do was to say not that symbols are universal, but that many symbols need to reflect the experience of people who are using them. So by working with countries, with communities, you build a set of open symbol resources for communication that are most familiar and are owned by the people that are going to use them. And that means that actually there's much more chance of success in communication because of that familiarity. So that's where we came from and why we decided to do it.
And who is which group is the target group initially, and then maybe it developed into a broader spectrum?
So we definitely started with children and adults without speech. So where communication was a barrier because speech was unintelligible or just very difficult to do, we wanted to put together a package of resources that were both low-tech and high-tech, because not everybody has access to phones and tablets all the time. So our initial audience were people, for instance, there were young people with cerebral palsy, where because of physical needs, speech was unintelligible. We also then had people who with autism, where communication was difficult. So we had this mixture of physical needs, speech impairment, communication needs, which can be described in all sorts of different ways. But at the heart of that was this idea of communication. I wanted to communicate, I want to have a voice, but the way in which other people communicate isn't right for me.
How does Global Symbols work? Is it a device? Is it stones? Is it a tablet? Or what is it?
It can be all of those. That's the great thing. So Global Symbols is a repository of symbols that people have designed from different parts of the world. And the really nice thing is that they're open symbols. So anyone can take and use the symbols that we've made available and use them within their community. So the Arabic symbols are there. There are symbols from India. There are Spanish symbols. The symbols that we developed in Serbia, Croatia, and Montenegro. And there's plenty of scope for more there. So the first thing is the repository. The second thing we did is we linked that up to what we call Board Builder. Now, Board Builder is a really simple idea, which is how do you create communication boards which combine symbols together for people to talk and chat and discuss. And we wanted a system that, yes, you could use it by having it as a web page on a tablet, but we were working with people in places like Pakistan, Bangladesh, and Kenya, where actually what they most needed was a very low-tech system. So what we allowed this to do was to output the boards for communication, print them, put them in binders so that people could communicate. But exactly the same output could go into an app, or it could go into a web page. It could be spoken out loud. So we wanted that consistency of communication in place. And that's one of the things that we were trying really hard to do, was to allow people to choose the point at which they use the symbols. And by doing it in that way, we've then been able to link up with other people who are doing really interesting things, such as the Pixie Pal, which is a low-tech case for symbol communication. And we can put those things together to create a system that people can use.
In which way is Global Symbols innovative? What is revolutionary about it?
I think there's a couple of things. One is, I think when we talk about innovation, really focusing on an open approach at every step of the process. Now, this doesn't mean to say that everything is free for everyone all the time, but it does mean that everything that we do and we deliver can be taken by others. It can be customized, translated, shared, used, and reused. People can adapt and modify things. So our training materials, UNICEF funded us to build a training course. Those training materials anyone can take and translate into their own language. They can change parts of it. It may be that the photos, maybe from Spain, aren't quite right for Nairobi. They're not, people would like things that look familiar. So we want to try and make those so that people can adjust and adapt them. So that's the first innovation, is that you can take the vanilla content, if you like, and make it relevant to you. And there's no charge for that. In fact, we'll even host it for you and make it available to other people like you. But the second thing I think which is really important in terms of the innovation is the move to democratizing the process. So that when we design symbols, we have this thing called Symbol Creator, where you can adapt and design new symbols for people to use. And we didn't want that just to be a consultation process. We wanted the stakeholders to actually determine themselves what those symbols would look like. And I think one of the things that we've tried very hard to do with people who use augmentative and alternative communication is to put them at the forefront of that decision making. We say nothing about us without us. And in this case, we're saying, actually, without you, we're not going to do it. It's as simple as that.
Very true. This sounds also like a lot of community work, community tools. How do you bring the people together? Is this also one of the intentions to exchange the symbols? And
yes.
Yes.
So we really encourage people that when they adapt symbols, when they build boards, they put them back into the repository for other people to use. And that constant reuse of what people have created makes it much, much faster for others to develop what they need. There might be a board. We designed boards for COVID, for people who were experiencing COVID, to describe the pain and the condition and the services they were receiving. But it might be that one or two of those things are different for one person to another. Let's not start from scratch. Let's just say, okay, those two symbols, the symbol for hospital, or for instance, it might be that you have a red cross for emergency in one, but it's the red crescent in another part of the world. Right. Just change that one symbol. That's all you need to do.
David, this was, let's say, about the content. But it's also a startup. In what stage of business development are you in?
I think evolving is the correct word. We have a very simple business model. So the first thing is that we raise enough money each year to maintain the service. That's our first year, and that's not actually that expensive. We do that through patronage, grants, and so on. So about £6,000–7,000 a year will give us that baseline. What we then do is have a series of development projects each year. And the money from those development projects allows the project to grow wider and wider. But because the way we're built is we don't have to be at the core of everything that it does. If you're in a country and you want to do it and you want to share it back with us, we don't need funding to do that. So it is quite a mature model, but it's quite a different model.
it's always very interesting, especially for startups in the development. Also, the mistakes you have made. So, which was the big one?
The big where do I start? I think the biggest mistake we made is we were was actually trying to scope out projects and pieces of work. And whilst we accurately scoped out how much time it would take us to do what was in the scope, we were very, very bad at saying no to expanding that scope, and suddenly realizing we'd committed ourselves to quite a lot of extra work without any funding to support it. That wasn't unusual. So not being able to say no was probably our biggest mistake. But that's also been part of the fun.
A nice one, yeah.
Yeah. It means we've done things otherwise we wouldn't have done.
Right. And the success, but about the other things which you got surely right, which really went according to plan?
I think the thing that we absolutely feel we got right was, from the beginning, we knew that it wasn't just about the technology. At the heart of the success is people's involvement with the technology. It's about providing training, it's about providing support, raising awareness. When you put all those elements of the ecosystem together, the environment for the technology is fertile. It can take roots, it can grow. So you put those things in place, you bring in the technology that people need, you build an open approach. And when you put all those things to do, you then come back and you evaluate. And I think the thing which we're most proud of is the evaluation of the work we did with UNICEF, with Seaboard in Serbia, Croatia, and Montenegro. The results said the difference you have made, we have made, for the children we're working with has been immense. And that was important.
That's great. Wishes for the future. Where do you see global symbols in a couple of years?
Partners. It's got to be, it's not about global symbols alone. It's about global symbols working in partnership with all sorts of other organizations. I think communication is a human right. And if you're going to take this as a rights-based approach, no one organization, whether they are charity, whether they are government, whether they are the private sector, can do this alone. So that idea of collaboration, cooperation, and working together to take the agenda forward is the most critical one. And that's why we're so pleased. I'm so proud of being an awardee here at the Zero Project, because here we can give voice to that need for collaboration. And that's what the most important thing for us going forward.
Thank you, David. It's always good to talk to you and to listen to you above all. We are not alone here in the studio live from the Zero Project Conference. We have Petra Plička with us, who is doing graphic facilitation, and I hand over to her because she's going to summarize our little interview. Petra, please.
What are global symbols? They make a difference in the lives of people who do not have speech. For instance, it's an international set of global symbols, and the person, for the first time maybe in their life, can understand things. And the person also gets a voice, so he or she can speak using these international symbols. We heard that the symbols derived from the Arabic language, but have been transformed into many, many other languages. And Wilfried's question was, what are the innovations within this project? And I heard two things. First of all, you have a very open approach. Doesn't mean it's free for everyone, but it's open. So once you have your set of symbols, you have some learning materials, for instance, you can just change some of the icons. Red cross versus the red moon, if that's relevant for your culture or your language. So it's very open, you can adapt it, you can change it to the needs of your clients, of your people, the people you work for and work with. And the second one is, it's a democratized process. So it's nothing about us without us. So you involve the experts on easy language and on symbols and develop things that are low tech, papers, I guess, you can print it out, you can use it, but also high tech. And in both versions, you build boards for communication. So what are some wishes for the future? Or what is also driving you into the future? Collaboration and cooperation, and making the difference in people's lives. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Petra. David, thank you for coming. Thank you for listening. We are broadcasting live here from the Zero Project Conference 2022. This was the Fireside chat about global symbols, and please tune in for the other channels as well. Thank you and stay tuned. Bye-bye.
So we're back with the Fireside talks. My name is Michael Fembeck from the Zero Project, and I'm welcoming now Jose Vieira from the IDA, and especially from the in his role and in his capacity as the co-organizer of the Global Disability Summit, which happened last year in Norway. So welcome, Jose.
Good morning, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for having me. Such a pleasure.
Yeah, it's a great pleasure and honor to have you here. Especially, I think it was really busy these weeks and months for you. So really glad that you could make it for the Fireside Talks here. So Jose, our conversation will focus on the Global Disability Summit, on the experience and the way ahead. So, what are your takeaways? How did it go? What were your learnings? What were the main messages? How would you summarize this great event last week?
Thank you. So let me first thank the Zero Conference for giving us this opportunity, because actually this is the first post-GDS public event that we are having around the GDS. So for us, it's such a great opportunity to be speaking to this audience, but even more important, to kind of start analyzing what the GDS 2022 has left and what is the future of the Global Disability Summit. I would like to, at least highlight few elements which I believe have been critically important for the GDS 2022. And the first one is we tried to build upon the 2018 GDS. So the GDS 2022 is clearly a result of a long journey that we started in 2018. And that's actually, I believe, a good element to show that this is not like events that happen every certain number of years, but it's actually like a permanent, moving, evolving exercise that we're trying to do. The second element is the participation of persons with disabilities and the representative organizations. Of course, for those who attended the GDS last week, you have probably seen a lot of the discussions were around inclusive development, international cooperation. Of course, everything from an angle of persons with disabilities and the disability rights agenda. But in general, the Global Disability Summit, we try to make it as much as we can a development conference where development actors, governments come together and try to see what they can do. But the participation of persons with disabilities and the representative organizations for this GDS has been a key component, from defining the themes to having national consultations around how OPDs wanted to participate, and actually to a number of commitments made by organizations of persons with disabilities and civil society organizations. So I think the participation is one other big element. The next one is the number of commitments. We reached around 1,500 commitments from approximately 180 stakeholders, including governments, UN agencies, financial institutions, civil society organizations, and OPD. And the last but not least a component, which I believe is important, is that we not only had a GDS, the main summit, but also a great number of events, concurrent events taking place. So we had almost 100 side events. We have 5 regional satellite summits. We have 3 pre-summit events. And I think when you look at this as a package, you realize the importance of the GDS, but also the interest that we managed to create among stakeholders to participate in the GDS 2022. And we hope that gets reflected in future GDS.
Jose, let me ask you a little more background on these commitments. This is, of course, the heart or the backbone of the GDS, these commitments that members of all different sectors of society are giving, including also the Zero Project, of course. Are there some main takeaways, something that you point out? Are you seeing really progress compared to the commitments of 2018? How are these commitments developing?
Yes. As you rightly mentioned, along with the event itself, the other big pillar of the GDS is the collection of commitments. And actually, the collection of commitments is not just receiving commitments, but actually what are we going to do with it? How are we going to implement the commitments? So interestingly, for the GDS 2022, we allowed new commitments as well as updated commitments from 2018. And that was I would say a risky decision, because when we decided to do that, we were thinking, well, maybe a lot of the stakeholders, because of the pandemic, because of the context that they have been working in, would prefer to play safe and maybe update existing commitments and not to pledge new commitments. But there is almost like 97% of the 1,500 commitments for GDS 2022, which are new, and very little, 3.5%, that are updated commitments from 2018. So I think that's one of the most important things. The second element is that one of the themes for the GDS 2022 was OPD participation, meaningful engagement of persons with disabilities. And when you look at the 1,500 commitments, a lot of them are direct or indirectly connected to OPD participation and meaningful engagement of persons with disability. Again, I think this speaks to the realization of the concept that we try to advocate for all the time, and that is organization of persons with disabilities can and should be key partners for inclusive development. The other element is that, of course, it was impossible not to include a very strong focus on health and access to healthcare systems and connect that with the COVID-19 pandemic for this GDS 2022. And again, that was another risky move, because we wanted to include health, but we also wanted to make sure that when we address the issue of health, we do it from a human rights perspective. And when you look at the 1,500 commitments, a lot of the commitments are, again, direct or indirectly connected to health. And in that context, all of them privileged the perspective of human rights, the human rights perspective. So I think that's another important element. And if I can close with one more detail, we have seen out of the 1,500 commitments, a good number of commitments that have financial commitments. So there are stakeholders that are coming forward and saying, we will commit X amount of money towards the implementation of this program. We have seen commitments going into regions that were not that important in the past, or that were not focused in the past. The good example of that is the Latin American region. So I think, of course, a lot of the commitments are focused on Africa, but we do have almost 54% of commitments also focusing in other areas of the world.
Thank you, Jose. That this was really interesting, enlightening, this focus and these areas like health or Africa to point this out for us. Next, and maybe also the closing question already. So what's next? Where's the Global Disability Summit developing? What are the next events and challenges?
Thank you. So speaking about this idea of making the GDS a permanent, evolving a concept, in the closing of the GDS last week, we received the announcement of Germany and Jordan to be the next co-host. There are other countries that have already expressed interest of hosting a future GDS, but even more important, we really want to have as many opportunities as possible between summits where we can discuss follow-up on the commitments, implementation of the commitments, participation of persons with disabilities and their representative organizations. So just in 2022, this year, we have planned a series of different events. Some of them are more thematic, some others are more based on different regions. And actually, the opportunity that the Zero Conference has given us to speak a little bit about the GDS actually is a good example of how we want to address the time between the GDS. So we have a good plan of promoting participation of persons with disabilities, implementing commitment, following up in the commitment, and of course, starting as soon as possible to prepare for the next Global Disability Summit. And I think in this regard, organizations that I'm sure are present here, civil society organizations, OPD, donors, multilateral organizations, etc., have, as they have been doing, have a key role to play. So this is an invitation to continue being in touch with the GDS Secretariat, with IDA, in thinking how better we can implement the GDS commitments.
Yeah, thank you for giving us this forecast. Is there a year already envisaged? Is it in 2 years or again only in 4 years? Anything that you can say about it already?
Yeah. Definitely, the next GDS will take place in 2025. We have already plans for 2022, and again, for the years to come, we expect to have more countries coming forward and expressing their willingness to be the co-host, but actually looking at the commitments and see how we all can contribute in the implementation of those commitments.
Yeah, so thank you very much, Jose. We are already in closing this session, so you can always, of course, count on us as the Zero Project and the Zero Project Conference to work together with the GDS wherever you want us and need us to come in. We are happy to be partner with the GDS. Yeah, congratulations that you pulled this off as a conference organizer. Myself, I know how difficult this was in this past month. So congratulations to you, and let's continue the conversation, and hope that in these events that you forecast, we stay in touch and develop also something together. Thank you very much, Jose, and this closes this Fireside talk. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Tom Butcher of the Essel Foundation, and I am here this afternoon with Shane Kennedy, who is actually virtual. Shane is with G3ICT, and we're going to talk about disaster preparedness, acquired disabilities, and human rights. However, first, Shane, perhaps you could start by telling me a little briefly about G3ICT, what it does, and your role there. And then after that, we'll jump straight into a few questions that I've prepared to ask you. So over to you.
All right, thank you, Tom, and it's an honor to be here today. G3ICT is an NGO, an international NGO that was formed to support the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, principally the area of digital accessibility and rights for persons with disabilities throughout the world. So there are a number of projects that we engage on, including smart cities frameworks, discussions on inclusive workplaces, universities, making them more inclusive, and maturity models related to that, and a number of other things, including the DARE Index and our work with the International Association of Accessibility Professionals. So my role at G3ICT is as a senior fellow. So I help with research related to these projects and helping to design the work that we do in support of our colleagues there.
Great, thank you very much indeed. So now let's jump straight into the issue at hand. Could you tell me a little bit about the issues around acquired disabilities resulting from either natural or man-made disasters?
Yes, absolutely. So acquired disabilities is a complex subject. This is due to the many scenarios that may cause a person to join the disability community, and add to that nuances of geopolitics, climate science, global and regional economics, and longstanding societal barriers experienced by persons with disabilities. It's easy to see why stakeholders may find it difficult to engage on this subject. And when we say disabilities in this context, we mean the definition used within the CRPD. So what we're proposing with this discussion is the development of resources that uniquely address the rate and diversity of acquired disabilities resulting from disasters. And these resources would aid the planning and response of governments and NGOs and benefit impacted individuals. And this would be complementary to the work on inclusive disaster risk reduction occurring under Article 11 of the CRPD and the Sendai framework, as represented in the efforts of the European Disability Forum, World Institute Disability, and many other parties. So the first point I'd like to explore is how acquired disabilities contribute to the growing size and diversity of the global disability community. It's estimated that a quarter of disabilities worldwide result from injuries and violence. And current estimates from the UN suggest that up to 100 civilians, including women and children, are killed each day due to armed conflict. So research on acquired disabilities shows that for every person who dies during violent conflict, 3 more acquire significant injuries that could lead to long-term disabilities. And the number of people who die from indirect effects of conflict is 3 to 15 times higher than direct casualties. In a decade-long study on children in armed conflict, the results were that 2 million had died, and an additional 4 to 5 million acquired physical disabilities, and 10 million experienced psychological trauma. With regard to natural disasters, studies estimate that over 3,000 weather disasters occur each year, with major events numbering in the hundreds. And the International Disaster Database shows that from 2000 to 2020, over 3.4 billion people were impacted by disasters in the top 10 countries reporting such statistics. 2 common examples given for the need for inclusive disaster risk reduction are the 2004 tsunami in the Southern Pacific and the 2010 earthquake in Haiti. In both instances, it is equally important to consider the resulting rate of acquired disabilities. So following the 2004 tsunami, 1.7 million people became homeless and 1,500 villages were destroyed, and there was a measurable increase in the prevalence of disability in the impacted area. It's also estimated that upwards of 200,000 people acquired long-term disabilities as a result of the 2010 earthquake in Haiti. So these examples demonstrate why acquired disability is an important topic within the broader context of inclusive disaster risk reduction. Unfortunately, we do not believe that it receives nearly enough consideration. So the second point I'd like to highlight is that there are real measurable economic and social consequences related to acquired disabilities. So given the data on the subject, we could say that each day hundreds of people worldwide may experience a sudden change in their social identity because of natural and man-made disasters. These individuals likely never considered what it would mean to be a member of the disability community. They are probably unaware of international conventions, national and local laws, and the availability of services for persons with disabilities, as well as the many systemic challenges to full inclusion that persist throughout the world. They could be in the acute phase of disaster, struggling for survival. They could be internally displaced or forced from their home countries. So depending on these circumstances, governments might not recognize these individuals as persons with disabilities because governments primarily rely on planned census activities and enrollment in public services. And if they're unable to account for and recognize these individuals as persons with disabilities, the existing challenges that these governments face with unemployment, with poverty, levels of educational attainment, and the digital divide will become more pervasive and could be further exacerbated by increases in the prevalence of disability within their countries, especially without prior planning or recognition for what that could mean.
Thank you very much indeed. I mean, from what you just said, numbers and data are incredibly important. So how do you see data science being applied to address this issue? Because I'm sure it can help.
And that's something that's of great interest for G3ICT because this is central to our mission. So I'm excited to share that our work on this topic proposes a new resource to assist all impacted stakeholders. And the resource would be a predictive analytics model that would assess the rate and diversity of acquired disabilities based on multivariate scenarios. So as proposed, the model would consider historical data on disasters and acquired disabilities, patterns in recurring events, and a list of key variables to be refined by experts in the field. These variables would include the type of disaster, the condition of physical infrastructure, political stability, economic health, and unique geographic considerations. And it would be worthwhile to also include data on government human rights records and the participation in international conventions, as well as the level of investment and maturity of disaster preparedness and response systems. Social variables would also include the degree to which countries recognize and support all forms of disability, including psychological trauma. So the outputs of the model would include predictions on the rate and diversity of acquired disabilities that could result from disasters and the relative economic impact to governments based on predicted outcomes, which we believe would provide a compelling reason for governments to plan for such outcomes and develop strategies to mitigate the consequences. Other outputs of the model could include indices that show comparative levels of risk between countries and regions, which would be, I think, incredibly useful for a variety of stakeholders.
Great. Thank you very much indeed. I think we're not running completely out of time, but one final question, which would probably sum it up, is what do you propose to do about it?
Yeah,
Sorry about that. I'm putting you on the spot there.
Oh, no, absolutely. So this model that I just kind of described is aspirational. It's theoretical at the moment. We are looking for partners. We are looking for other interested parties and experts in the field to come together with us to explore the feasibility and the ability to put such a model out there to support stakeholders. Many aspects of this model already exist in a disaggregated format from different areas of specialization. What we're proposing is to bring them together and focus them on this topic because we think this topic is very important. So next step is to invite interested parties to contact me, contact our colleagues at G3ICT for further discussion to work on this project together.
Great. Thank you very much. I really appreciate your time and thank you for a really interesting fireside chat. Shane, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for this opportunity.
Thanks. Bye.
will be fine for some of you still to understand everything. Okay, now to you, Oswald. Oswald Völlerer, herzlich willkommen auf der Zero Project Conference.
Danke für diese Einladung für das Zero-Projekt zur Interview.
Genau das machen wir jetzt, ein Interview. Bevor wir das machen, können Sie sich vielleicht kurz vorstellen?
Ja, ich bin der Oswald Völlerer. Ich komme vom Selbstvertretungszentrum Wien für Menschen mit Lernschwierigkeiten.
Sie haben dieses Selbstvertretungszentrum ja gegründet, soweit ich weiß. Wie lange ist denn das schon her?
Jetzt sind es schon über 13, 14 Jahre her, wo ich das Selbstvertretung erkämpft habe. Es war sehr ein schwieriger und langer Weg, das Selbstvertretungszentrum zum aufzubauen.
Okay, also es war ein langer Weg, das Selbstvertretungszentrum aufzubauen. Ich muss noch mal kurz wiederholen, was ich am Anfang gesagt habe. Mein Mikrofon war nicht ganz eingeschaltet. Ich bitte um Entschuldigung. I repeat the welcoming and I repeat that this session will be held in German. So I hope that for everybody who is watching and listening, you have a chance to follow us in German. And I'm here with Oswald Völlerer from Selbstvertretungszentrum in Vienna. Also, wir haben jetzt gehört, Sie sind schon viele Jahre im Selbstvertretungszentrum tätig, haben es mit aufgebaut und Sie haben auch eine sehr wichtige Aufgabe und aus dem Grund sind Sie auch heute hier. Meine erste Frage ist, was bedeutet für Sie denn eigentlich Teilhabe und einbezogen werden?
Teilhabe und einbezogen werden in jeder Situation, in Sitzungen, Kongressen, Tagungen einzubeziehen, weil das geht um die Rechte für Menschen mit Lernschwierigkeiten, dass die wissen, was geschieht.
Mhm. Also es geht darum, bei allen Dingen, die besprochen werden, dass auch Menschen mit Lernschwierigkeiten dabei sind und einbezogen sind. Ist das richtig?
Ja.
Mhm. Und haben Sie das Gefühl, dass Menschen mit Lernschwierigkeiten auch in der Arbeit von Organisationen und auch Behörden oder Regierungen mitmachen können und einbezogen sind?
Nein.
Nein?
Das muss ich leider sagen, weil die Organisationen lassen sich nicht über die Schulter schauen.
Okay, die lassen sich nicht in die Karten schauen,
Ja.
wie man auch sagen kann, oder?
Ja.
Okay. Sie haben also gesagt, Menschen mit Lernschwierigkeiten können meistens nicht mitmachen. In Organisationen, wie ist das denn in Regierungen?
In die Regierungen ist dasselbe Stück, kann man sagen, weil wenn man einbezogen werden würde, müsste man erst ein Bürgerforum gründen, aber das ist aber noch nicht sicher, ob man dort einbezogen wird.
Okay, ich verstehe. Also Sie müssten erst eine Gruppe bilden, mit der man dann einbezogen wird in der Regierung, in der Politik. Und meinen Sie damit die Regierung in einer Stadt oder auch in einem Staat?
In einer Stadt.
In einer Stadt und auch im ganzen Land sozusagen.
Ja.
Also Bund und Länder, wie
Bund
wir
und Länder,
genau, wie wir sagen. Wie sind Sie denn, also wo sehen Sie denn die größten Barrieren, mit denen Menschen mit Lernschwierigkeiten konfrontiert sind?
Die Barrieren sind konfrontiert. Menschen mit körperlichen Einschränkungen sind sichtbar und Menschen mit Lernschwierigkeiten sind unsichtbar. Die trennt man auf die Seite. Barrieren sind einfach so, erstens einmal die schweren Sprachen, ja, dann ohne Unterstützung. Ja, und das sind halt die schweren
Also Sie
Barrieren.
haben zwei Dinge habe ich jetzt gehört. Das eine ist, als Mensch mit Lernschwierigkeiten ist man nicht so gut erkennbar, nicht so sichtbar und wird deswegen auf die Seite gestellt. Und der zweite Punkt, den Sie gesagt haben, man bekommt nicht die Informationen, die man braucht. War es das, was Sie gesagt haben?
Ja, das ist keine Information.
Also keine leichte Sprache
keine
wahrscheinlich?
Leichte Sprache. Sind fast alles in schwerer Sprache und das ist für Menschen mit Lernschwierigkeiten sehr schwierig mitzuarbeiten.
Sie haben auch gesagt, fehlende Assistenz, glaube ich, oder fehlende Unterstützung?
Es fehlt generell für Menschen mit Lernschwierigkeiten die Assistenz, weil es nicht abgekoppelt wird von Pflegestufe 3 und darum haben die keinen Zugang zur Assistenz.
Zur Assistenz und Unterstützung. Ja. Und ein Punkt, den wir in der Vorbesprechung auch gesagt haben, es braucht auch manchmal mehr Zeit, oder? Also manchmal geht es so schnell.
Es braucht mehr Zeit, es muss langsam geredet werden und in leichter Sprache gesprochen werden, dass die Menschen mit Lernschwierigkeiten auch mitbekommen, was überhaupt geredet wird oder was geschieht.
Um was es geht sozusagen. Ja. Wir haben auch über Budget, über Geld gesprochen. Was sind denn da die Hindernisse für Menschen mit Lernschwierigkeiten?
Ja, das ist immer das Budget.
Das Budget. Das liebe
Das
Geld.
ist immer die Leier.
Ja.
Ja, das sehe ich von mir. Ja.
Okay.
Ich muss schauen, dass ich für meine Unterstützung für Englisch und für deutsche Übersetzung eine Dolmetscherin bekomme, weil das Geld hinten vorn nicht zu erreichen ist, was man braucht.
Also es gibt zum Beispiel, also um ein Beispiel von Ihnen zu nehmen, wir haben vorher ein bisschen darüber gesprochen, Sie sind ja viel international unterwegs und die Unterstützung, die Sie brauchen, ist eine Person, die Ihnen Unterstützung gibt für die Übersetzung in Deutsch.
Ja, weil sonst kann man überhaupt nicht teilhaben mit der Gesellschaft. Und nicht
also internationalen Sachen
Ich arbeite ja international und in Inclusion Europa bin ich ja dort Vorsitzender. Und ohne Dolmetscher wäre für mich die Arbeit sehr schwierig und würde auch nicht mehr teilhaben können.
Und da fehlen oft die Budgets, also das Geld dafür, dass eben diese persönliche Unterstützung, die man halt braucht, da ist wahrscheinlich jeder anders, kann ich mir vorstellen, oder? Menschen mit Lernschwierigkeiten haben ja auch ihre ganz individuellen und eigenen Bedürfnisse, was sie brauchen an Unterstützung.
Ja, das ist wirklich so, dass jeder andere Unterstützung brauchen.
Und dafür bräuchte es sozusagen einen Geldtopf, wo man Geld hernehmen kann.
Wo für Menschen mit Lernschwierigkeiten das Geld vorhanden ist, dass man es aufteilen kann, wer was braucht.
Warum ist es denn wichtig, dass Menschen mit Lernschwierigkeiten teilhaben in zum Beispiel Entscheidungsprozessen, in Regierungen, in Organisationen?
Weil das ist sehr wichtig, weil das ja sehr wichtig ist, weil ja die Gesetze wieder geschaffen, für Menschen mit Behinderung oder Menschen mit, egal welche Gruppe, dass die mitarbeiten, weil das soll ja für eine so Unterstützung sein, die Gesetze zu ändern.
Genau. Also wenn ich Sie richtig verstehe und was wir auch in der Vorbesprechung ja schon gesagt haben, es geht darum, dass die Menschen mit Behinderung, egal welche Form der Behinderung es ist, gehört werden und
gesehen werden.
Und der Nachteil der Menschen mit Lernschwierigkeiten ist die Unsichtbarkeit.
Ja.
Und deswegen ist es so wichtig, dass man in diese Prozesse einbezogen
wird. Ja. Und darum heißt das Wort nichts über uns und ohne uns.
Nichts über uns ohne uns. Das haben wir heute auf Englisch auch schon gehört. Nothing about us without us. Das ist ein internationaler Spruch. Wo kommt denn der her?
Der kommt von Michael Long.
Okay.
Ja, der ist von Kanada.
Ein Kanadier.
Und der ist ein Mensch mit Lernschwierigkeiten und sie war in der Regierung drinnen.
Okay.
Und er hat ja in Österreich einen Workshop gemacht und hat gesagt, liebe Selbstvertreter, steht auf und rührt euch.
Okay.
Ja.
Steht auf und rührt euch. Nichts über uns ohne uns. Nothing about us without us. Sie haben da an einem Fragebogen mitgearbeitet, der heißt Listen, Include, Respect. Das sind so Richtlinien, die da erarbeitet werden. Ich übersetze das mal kurz auf Deutsch. Listen heißt hören, Include, einbeziehen und Respect, respektieren. Was haben Sie denn da gemacht?
Das ist ein Fragekatalog gewesen, ob du in der politischen mitarbeiten kannst, auch wie in die Organisationen. Und es ist aber nicht nur die Fragen, es sind auch Piktogramme, also mit Bildern übersehen worden. Und wir haben dann oft gefragt, wird es auf Deutsch auch übersetzt? Und da haben sie dann verneint.
Okay, also es ist auf Englisch ein Fragebogen.
Ja.
Das ist eine Umfrage, die gemacht wird. Und da versucht man das in einfacher englischer Sprache und Piktogrammen zu machen.
Ja.
Und es werden Menschen mit Lernschwierigkeiten befragt.
Ja.
Okay. Und Ihre Aufgabe war, wenn ich es
in leichte Sprache umzusetzen.
Übersetzen?
Ja.
Okay.
Wir haben es auf Englisch bekommen.
Ja.
Und jetzt haben wir gesessen, tagelang und stundenlang.
War viel Arbeit.
War viel Arbeit, aber es hat sich ausgezahlt.
Okay.
Ja.
Und was ich so erfahren habe, die Umfrage ist gelaufen, die ist auch vorbei und die Ergebnisse wird man dann später im Internet finden können.
Irgendwann.
Irgendwann, wir wissen es noch nicht.
Ja.
Genau. Also falls Sie da Interesse haben, meine Damen und Herren, wir werden das sicher auch noch publizieren und bekannt geben, wo man dann Ergebnisse dieser Umfrage finden kann.
Wir haben noch eine andere Umfrage auch noch gemacht.
Also welche denn?
Ja, zum Beispiel über die Gesundheit.
Ja.
Ja, wie komme ich zum Doktor?
Okay.
Ja,
ist das auch international?
Ist auch international, auch mit Bildern versehen.
Spannend.
Ja.
Also das wird sicher eine interessante Erkenntnis, in die man sich weiter vertiefen kann. Und da unsere Zeit schon wieder dem Ende zugeht, was möchten Sie uns denn noch mitgeben? Warum ist es wichtig, noch einmal Menschen mit Lernschwierigkeiten überall dabei zu haben? Was ist Ihre abschließende Botschaft?
Meine Botschaft ist, dass die alle Politikerinnen und Politiker denken müssen, es gibt auch Menschen mit Lernschwierigkeiten, dass sie einbezogen werden, weil wir wissen, was wir brauchen in unser Leben und Veränderungen. Und das ist sehr wichtig, weil dann ist das gleiche Teilhabe in der Gesellschaft nach der UN-Konvention.
Die UN-Konvention. Gutes Stichwort. Zum Abschluss noch, wir sind heute hier in der UNO. Wir haben kurz vorher geplaudert. Hier bei der Zero Project Conference sind Sie heuer zum ersten Mal, oder?
Ja, das stimmt. Ich bin heuer das erste Mal hier.
Okay.
Und ich habe mich sehr gefreut, dass ich einmal da sein durfte.
Und dann wünsche ich Ihnen noch viel Spaß auf der Konferenz. Schauen Sie sich alles an, schauen Sie sich an, was hier gemacht wird und gearbeitet wird. Vernetzen Sie sich, um das geht es hier. Und ich sage thank you very much fürs Zuschauen. Wir sind mit dieser Session jetzt hier am Ende. Once again in English, thank you for watching. If you were here by accident, I'm sorry, it was all in German, but we need that too. And have fun, do a little stretch, get off the screen and come back soon. Thank you very much.
Ich danke für diese Einladung und bitte hört uns, was wir brauchen, was wir wollen.
Das sage ich noch auf Englisch, in English. Thank you for the invitation. Please listen to us, to what we need and what we want to have in our lives. And once again, thank you. Goodbye.
Patience is a virtue. Mm-hmm.
Hi everyone, my name is Hector Minto. I'm Microsoft's lead accessibility evangelist. My role is essentially to get people talking about disability inclusion and technology across Microsoft products, but also in the innovation space. And that's why I'm delighted to be joined by the team from 3DP for me today. Just a quick one, I'm Hector. I'm a white middle-aged male with a people are calling it a salt and pepper beard, or a salt and pepper, a little bit of black, a little bit of white in my beard. I'm wearing glasses. I'm a proud, bald man. Now, I'm going to introduce you to the team from 3DP for me. First of all, let's introduce you to Jason. Hey, Jason.
Great to meet you guys. Yeah, Jason Solomar.
And Brian.
Yep, Brian Flagger. Middle-aged white male with a pretty good beard, a little bit of salt and pepper down here, no glasses, and keeping most of my hair.
Yeah, no need to show off, Brian. Okay, so tell us about 3DP for me. The minute I read about this topic, I thought this is an in-the-moment project. You know, it's been very kind of, influenced by what's happening in the world around us. So just a few introductory remarks on the project itself. Who wants to take that?
Yeah, no, I'd love to share. Our heart's desire is to really, take 3D printing and apply it to really human needs. What are the needs in humanity today? And so we're focused on hearing aids, which we feel is tremendous need currently.
And brought about, you're working in a very specific part of the world. You've got started in a very specific part of the world. Could you share that?
Yeah, no, we started, our headquarters is based in California in the USA, but we're operational here in Jordan in the Middle East.
Now, one of the ambitions for all of us in the tech sector is to really challenge the pre-existing models of delivery, the pre-existing cost models around assistive technology, and you play really nicely into that part of the conversation. Awareness and affordability are probably two of our biggest challenges out there in terms of accessibility. So how are you addressing both of those?
No, that's a great question, Hector. I think in terms of accessibility and cost, we are really focused on basically how do we provide additional access in terms of the technology. And so if I can tell a story, my old partner who was here for 45 years, he did all the hearing aids in the camps on the Syrian border. And in the developing world, traditionally, it's a very artisan approach where you take an impression of someone's ear, they put it in plaster and heat it up, and then they take that impression out and fill it with silicone, and then they tool it out. It's a very artisan approach, but it's limited by its capacity. So that's when we really decided to look what technologies are out there in the world that could help us to do this just a little bit better.
And obviously that's where the cost comes from, right? Some of the human engagement, the time taken to physically build the technology or to build the mold.
Yeah, and that's a part of it, and I think also maybe Brian you can step in here and share a little bit more from your perspective, maybe.
Yeah. So turns out that hearing loss is a global health crisis. Certainly there are so many challenges around the world with all of the different healthcare issues, be it mental health, be it limb loss, be it infectious disease. But hearing loss is it is a huge and growing problem. There's an estimated 430 million people around the world who have hearing disability, and disability is defined as interfering with one's ability to interface in communication with somebody else at the distance that we're at now. Of that 430 million, 34 million are children. And this problem is growing. There will be over 700 million people with hearing disability by 2050. The challenge that this poses then is in childhood, hearing is what gives people access to education, to socioeconomic improvement, to employment, as well as to the ability to have higher quality of life, make friends, and engage with family. In your working age, having hearing loss equates to, in developed countries, it equates to $30,000 less US dollars per year in income. In your slightly older ages, untreated hearing loss is the #1 modifiable risk factor for all-cause dementia. So there are implications well beyond someone just leaning forward and saying, huh? It has to do with the education of children and whether or not they grow up to become literate taxpayers. It has to do with the employability of adults, and it has to do with issues related to cognitive decline, depression, social isolation, and withdrawal. So it is certainly a quality of life issue that expands well beyond just a little inconvenience.
And I guess in developed parts of the world where audiology teams, existing manufacturers exist, there hasn't been this drive to kind of completely radicalize the solution. You know, people are kind of, they're making their progress as they see fit. I think there's something super interesting about where you're coming out of in a part of the world where you don't have the option of setting up all that ecosystem, that infrastructure, those trained professionals. You've just got to get on with the job. Yeah. So is there something that we could all learn from you in terms of that recognition of you've got to be fast-paced, high, rapidly deliverable? Could we fairly say, that edge case, in terms of like established markets, is where we should be focusing some of our time on rapidly innovating?
Yeah, that's a great question. I would say, this problem is complex, and I don't think that just one solution, is going to tackle the whole thing. We're looking at it from a collaborative model, saying that we can't do it alone, and looking at others who would also be stakeholders. We can get into that maybe a little bit later. But one of the big issues is the lack of audiologists, and I think that's a big challenge worldwide. Also, the production processes that we spoke about. So, in terms of our approach, we're piloting this year 50 kids using the new technology, and maybe Brian, you can share a little bit about that technology and why it differentiates.
Sure. Well, so the main issue that in developed world, in the developed countries, access to specialized hearing healthcare is present, but it is limited by, only the wealthy are able to access this, which is really, it's really problematic, obviously, for lots of different reasons. But in the developing world, that utter lack of infrastructure just negates any opportunity to provide this kind of hearing care. And so this is where Jason came in with his ideas of doing a 100% digital throughput, not starting off with that artisan, plaster and cast and, hand tooling this stuff, and not by taking a whole bunch of donated recycled hearing aids from the billionaire manufacturers, but this is actually taking very high quality devices that are on good, solid, robust devices that are going to last a long time, but have these things manufactured, have the earpieces created using a 100% digital throughput. There's benefit to having a 100% digital throughput in that you can do orders of magnitude more than you could do if you're doing this one person at a time hand tooling. The impression itself, taking the cast of the individual's ear so that the sound is delivered in an effective, stable, and secure way, that requires highly specialized training from an audiologist like myself. And as we know, in Jordan, there is limited access to that specialized hearing health care. Forget in other areas, such as in Syria. And so this is where you can take a non-audiologist, a trained auditory technician, who is able to perform a three-dimensional scan of the ear using an ear scanner, and then that is uploaded into a cloud where CAD modelers can exist wherever. It could be a large number of Syrian engineers who are hired to take on this work and work from home or work in wherever they may be, and then produce this piece, then have on-site manufacturing at 3DP4Me's headquarters, where they have a bank of desktop 3D printers that are rapidly producing hundreds of earpieces per day.
You just jumped to my next question, because I was wondering, are you a technologist or are you an audiologist? But it sounds to me like you're a technical audiologist, I'm going to call you.
You have to be both.
Do you?
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
actually, traditionally, do you though, Brian? Or
Well,
are you saying that nowadays you really need to be?
Nowadays, you really need to be. If we are to enhance healthcare, we have to leverage the technology that is available, apply what we know about how to help people, but do it in a way that does not require, special knowledge that only the man on the mountaintop may have, that this is something that can be distributed to the masses. And that's where an ear scanner, that's where the cloud computing, this is where mass manufacturing can occur to meet a seriously unmet need. It will never be met unless we leverage this kind of technology.
This reminds me of a project we did with speech therapy in Romania, and it wasn't that we
Right.
we couldn't possibly say we were putting speech language pathologists out of work because there weren't any, right?
There
So
weren't, yeah.
it's not a choice between people losing their jobs or technology taking over. It's like, are people even getting anything at all? And I think the balance here is to recognize that the information knowledge you have as an audiologist is absolutely critical here, but we democratize through technology. You can scale through the cloud. This is such a cool Microsoft style story. I don't know if you're using Microsoft Cloud, but we'll talk about that. We'll talk about that later. But it's exactly.
Hector, do you mind if I share one thing?
Come on in.
No, I think the other thing that I wanted to highlight was we're really looking at kind of a multi-stakeholder approach, and where we have industry partners from the 3D printing industry. Then we have, we know we need a talent pipeline of 3D printing engineers. So we're building a fellowship model with Stanford and the Technical University of Munich. And we also have industry partners like the World Economic Forum, tied to local government affiliated organizations like the Higher Council for those with disabilities in Jordan, and philanthropy and other NGOs. So kind of building this whole stakeholder model where we work together, because you can't do it alone. It's too difficult.
You never get the word out alone, will you? I mean, that's fundamental to it completely. But you've got to have people who feel like they've got skin in the game, is the phrase I think that we would use here. As long as everybody benefits, this is. For some of the traditional manufacturers, this is net new ground you're breaking, and we've got to keep saying that. And actually, I would argue that some of the forced learning you're going through in terms of your delivery model is like Tesla in the automotive world. It's like it used to be impossible to think that you wouldn't have a garage with the car that you could get in before you buy it, and they proved that everyone's just buying them online without, by seeing somebody else's out there. So there are kind of analogies with other industries here that we can borrow from as you grow. I've just been given a 2-minute warning, so I can't believe this has gone so quickly. There's so much to cover here. Quick bit on call to action, Jason, if you could. Yeah, like people watching this, there's people watching live. Hopefully we're going to share this. I'll share this on my social channels after this. But what do you want people to do next? What's the call to action?
Yeah, I think we've been really lucky to have some great corporate partners in the team at Accenture and BASF, and there's others that we'll announce hopefully soon. But I think we're just trying to connect with people that are like-minded in terms of their desire to see assisted technologies delivered in underserved communities. And we're also ambitious in terms of a design project we have down the road for lower limb, because we're building a state-of-the-art advanced manufacturing facility for a range of assisted technologies. So we're not going to stop just with hearing aids, but we really feel like we can do additional devices as well. But in terms of call to action, it would just be, please reach out and you know, you can check out our website, email us, our social media, reach out to me on LinkedIn. If you're interested, I'd love to have a conversation.
That's great. Thank you so much for your time today, and maybe see you in here in person next year.
Sounds great.
All right, thanks both.
Very good.
Thank you. Thank you, Hector.
Cheers. Bye.
So it's Zero TV. Debru, where are you?
Oh,
how are you?
wonderful to see your voice, your face, and hear your voice.
Oh, well, look, I'm going to just start off because this is about accessibility and inclusion. So I'm just going to introduce myself, Deb, and give a description of myself as I'm going to ask you to do the same. So for those of you who do not know me, how you don't at this point, I do not know. I am Caroline Casey. I'm the founder of the Valuable 500, a Zero Project ambassador and general all-round troublemaker. And today I am sitting in the Zero TV booth. I've kind of white behind me and I'm wearing, get this, a full green 1980s boiler suit just for the Zero Project colors. I have black glasses. I'm a white woman with very white blonde hair. And so that is me. Now, Deb, gorgeous Deb, tell us where you're dialing in from and a little bit about you and who you are.
Well, thank you so much. And I am Deborah Rue. I'm a huge fan of Caroline Casey. I'm also, I really, really, really am a big fan of Zero Project and everything they're doing. But I'm joining from Richmond, Virginia. My husband is very ill, so I was not able to travel to Vienna, but I wish I was there with all of you. And it's fun. It's really fun to see that we're starting to move around again. So I am wearing a teal dress and a green scarf, and I have gray hair, but also have purple all through it. So if I'm going to be old, I want to have some fun with that. And I have on green glasses, and once again, I'm joining from Virginia.
Deb, I want you to know that all of us are sending love to you and your husband. I know what a hard time it is, and even that you find the time to talk to us today, to your Zero family, but we really acknowledge that, so we send you love. Today, however, in a way, we're sending you love, 1 billion strong. I mean, look, Deborah, when, you know, I've been in this field for 22 years, and you were one of our mentors, one of our trailblazers for so long before me. And you don't give up innovating. So we're not going to talk about Rue Global or Rue Impact. We're actually going to talk about billion strong. And in a way, when I say to you, this is your Zero family saying hello, but you're really talking about a global family that is over 1 billion strong. And it really speaks to pride and identity. Will you just tell us a little bit about what you want to achieve with 1 billion strong and what I guess, where it came from?
Yes, and thank you so much. And I'm so excited, and thank you, Caroline, for being one of our board members, and also Michael Fimbeck also blessed us as one of our board members, and so did Yuval, speaking of families with Access Israel. So it's very exciting, and it sort of started with you, Caroline, because it's something I've been thinking about a long time. I really wanted people to take us seriously as consumers, but also as a community. And so when we saw the success that we were all having by supporting you and Paul Pullman with the Valuable 500, I actually started worrying a little bit about it. And I started thinking, okay, but we have to make sure that these employers can find us, and we don't want to come out often because we're discriminated against. And so many people that are part of our community don't even know they're part of our community. So I was talking to two people, one of them that is at the conference today, Neil, of Atos, and I was saying, Neil, what do y'all need at Atos to really get ready for, the Valuable 500? And I was asking advice, and then I went to another company, Zebra Technologies, with Kevin Bradley. And I was talking to him, and he said, Deborah, somebody needs to create the International Association of Professionals with Disabilities. And I thought, yeah, what a great idea. But then I started talking to some people, and they said, please don't name it that. And so we named it Billion Strong, because there's 1.2 to 1.7 billion people with disabilities in the world, and probably more than that. But then I'm going to tell you another little story. So I thought, well, I'm a seasoned CEO, so I'll be the CEO of Billion Strong. And then I thought, but then once it gets going, I have a perfect candidate for it. Dr. Lamondre Pugh is so talented, so talented. But then I was talking to Yuval a little bit about it, and he's like, oh, great. another woman that doesn't look like she has, well, okay, another white woman that doesn't look like she has a disability is starting a disability organization. And I really heard that because representation matters, especially in an identity organization. And so I stepped back, which was appropriate. And Dr. Lamondre Pugh is the CEO, and he's an amazing, amazing talent. But we want to bring together with pride all of us, and as many of us as possible, so that employers can find us, so that corporations can take us serious as consumers, so that organizations, can use us and hire us, so we can support our entrepreneurs with disabilities. But what we're not trying to do, Caroline, is duplicate what is already being done. We want to celebrate what Zero Project's doing. We want to celebrate the Valuable 500. We want to celebrate the disability persons organizations, but we want to do it together. And I also want to make one more quick comment that people might be wondering about. We are really supporting at Billion Strong, We the 15, because everything that's being done to bring us together, I think we should all support. I think we should all get behind it and not compete with each other and just help each other move these issues forward. So thanks for that great question, Caroline.
Well, I think the most important thing is we're talking about a billion plus strong. And we are really entering this era of interconnectedness and collaboration. And we know that we need each other, because if we work with each other as a collective voice with pride, whether our disability is visible or not, equally as important, that is when we're going to see a sort of unstoppable, unignorable force for change. I want to ask you a little bit about the issue of pride. So finally, we're starting to talk about disability pride, right? I hid my disability many years ago. We know 4 out of the 5 CEOs in the Valuable 500 who have a disability are still not disclosing. And yet the younger generation have pride. Tell us, why do you think things are changing, Deb? Why are we now saying with pride, this is part of my identity, and owning it and loving it?
Right. And I'm going to have to give the credit to the young people, because I remember when my daughter's 34 years old now, and she was born with Down syndrome. And I remember being nervous when she was going to school. I thought she would get picked on and bullied. And what really surprised me was, though, that didn't happen at all. Now, my son is around the same age. Now, he went through some of the regular stuff you see with kids being mean to each other. But Sarah was almost like off limits. The kids knew that it wasn't appropriate to bully her and that it was good to be her friend. What I saw, the energy coming from the young people at the time, and that was they're now in their 30s, it was really beautiful. But then now we're breaking down, and I know people my age are sometimes getting a lot of heartburn by all this change. And it's like, what do you mean we have to do she, her, hers, or they, them? But maybe we have to really dig into the identity of who we really are. Is it okay for me to say, I'm 63 years old? No, it's not, Deborah. Don't tell people you're old. Well, I'm 63 years old. And maybe we need to focus on good elders, right?
Yes.
Supporting the legacy of what's coming. So I was worried about my daughter as a mother, and I myself have an invisible disability that's probably not that invisible, that I have ADHD, and anyone that knows me knows that. But at the same time, my husband, traumatic brain injury, hit by a car when he was a child, but he grew up and he got married, had 2 great kids, but dementia came for him. So what it means to have a disability is that you're a human being. So I think as the young people really explore, what does it mean? And can I admit something that society has said is negative? And we hear things like, I want to say this, and then I want to say something that Dr. Lamondre taught me. I was like, I hate how society treats people with disabilities. We've got to do better. We've got to do better. And he said, I hear you, Deborah, and I agree with that, but there's a 2-pronged approach. We do have to teach society to treat us better, but we also have to understand we deserve to be treated. So it's like we have to look internally at who we are. Like you said, Caroline, you hid your disability because you could, but also because society made you do it. So what does it look like if we really could come out with pride and talk about our lived experiences? Do y'all look at me and say, wow, her family is so messed up. She has a daughter with Down syndrome, her husband has dementia, she has ADHD, or do you say, well, she's got a normal family? Because it is normal. And so one more thing that I want to say about pride that also Caroline Lamondre, obviously the right CEO for this, told me was that one thing I didn't understand, even though I'm proud to be an ally of the LGBTQIA community, one thing I didn't understand the nuance of, though, why they had so many different letters. I knew it was because they were bringing them together, but one other reason why they are doing L for lesbian, G for gay, you know, all the letters, is because those are words that have been used to hurt them, and they're taking their words back. So Dr. Lamondre said he also wants to make sure that we do that in our community with pride as well.
Yeah, I love that. Hold on, I got to do a time check because I can't see the clock. Guys, am I allowed to still keep talking? 4 more minutes I've got. Okay, 4 minutes. You see, I own the fact that I can't see very well. Look, I think the big thing for me right now is that is emerging. You talk about is telling stories. Our personal stories are coming out. The more stories we tell, the way people are truly willing to own every bit of themselves, good, bad, and ugly. We all have shadow and light, right? And I think one of the most powerful things that this younger generation have that we didn't have was social media. We're here talking accessibility at this conference. You are a queen of social media, lady. You teach me even though I'm dreadful. Can you give us some tips, just as Deb Rue, how we can be inclusive in our social media, whether we're young, old, purple, whatever, go for it.
Well, I think we need to be very authentic and transparent. And, you know, should I tell people that my husband's in hospice and I'm struggling? Well, I think that's one thing we've learned during this pandemic is that we're human beings living our lives and working and living with our families, and you can't separate us all. So, I mean, you've got to look at all of the parts of who we are. And so I think that, once again, making sure that the elders like me are leaving legacies. You know, I don't need to be a CEO forever. I am 63. I'm a CEO of Rue Global. We do smart cities, blah, blah, blah. But make room for others. Let's take the time to make room for others and make sure they can tell their story. So on social media, just be authentic and don't be mean. Don't make your little nasty comments and then jump away, but take the time to engage and learn from each other and be authentic. That's what I've done with social media, and support the programs that are supporting us. Access Chat has been around for almost 10 years. We've had over 300 interviews. I have Human Potential at Work, but just go out there and join the conversations. You're not too young to join the conversations. You're not too inexperienced. Go out there and start talking about your life and be authentic and be kind too. That's a great point.
Okay, well, listen, I can see them going, it's time to stop talking. And how can you get an Irish person and Deb Bruce to stop talking? But a huge thank you. And just to completely summarize, be authentic online, make space for others, create space for others, be generous, and tell your story. To the greatest storyteller, a great mentor and leader, Deb Rue, thank you so much and congratulations on 1 billion strong.
Thank you. Thank you, Caroline. Y'all have fun at Zero Project. I'm so jealous.
Good evening, everyone. Live here from the United Nations office at Vienna. My name is Robin Tim Weiss, and I welcome you to the very timely Fireside Talk, the case for better coverage of disability in media. I will briefly introduce myself and actually then hand over to the stars of our Fireside Talk, not me, but really qualified journalists who are working hard to increase coverage of persons with disabilities in the media landscape. And I'm really delighted to have a great panel lined up today, but I will let them introduce themselves in their own name and at their own time. My name is Ram Tim Weiss. I'm the public sector manager here at the Zero Project, and I'm really thankful to Kristen Gilger for bringing together this great cohort of journalists. And without further ado, I will pass on to her and let her guide us through this very timely conversation. Kristen, thank you very much for bringing everyone together. And I'll sign myself up by briefly giving a visual description of those who can perhaps hear me but not see me. My name is Ram Tim Weiss. I'm a white male in his early 30s. I have a short beard, cropped hair, which is receding because I'm getting older and that's what happens. I'm wearing a black tie and a blue and white striped dress shirt, and I have a cast on my right hand because I recently tore the tendon in my middle finger. So that is me. And now on to you, Kristen. Take it away from here.
Thank you, Robin, so much for asking us. We're happy to be part of this conversation. I'm Kristen Gilger. I'm a professor at the Walter Cronkite School of Journalism and Mass Communication at Arizona State University and the director of the National Center on Disability in Journalism at the Cronkite School. I'm a white female. I have a shoulder length, almost, blondish hair. And I'm wearing glasses. I'm sitting in my living room and I have a black turtleneck on. I think that's it. I want to introduce our guests very quickly and give you just a little bit of bio on each of them, and then they can jump in and describe themselves. First is Eric Garcia. He's the senior Washington correspondent for The Independent and a columnist for MSNBC. He's also the author of the book, We're Not Broken, Changing the Autism Conversation. His expertise on this subject stems in part from his own experience with autism. Previously, he was an assistant editor at the Washington Post Outlook section and an associate editor at The Hill, as well as a correspondent for several other publications, including the National Journal and Roll Call. He's written for the Daily Beast, the New Republic, and Salon.com. Welcome, Eric.
Thank you very much.
You want to describe yourself, Eric, and then we'll
Yeah, my name is Eric Garcia. I am a Latino brown-skinned man in his early 30s. I am wearing a checkered blue and white shirt because I am like every other basic DC male in Washington. I have black hair and I am in my room / home office. So.
Thank you, Eric. Next, I'll introduce William Wan. He is an enterprise reporter focused on long-form stories at the Washington Post. He has worked for the Post for 18 years. He began as a religion reporter, chronicling discrimination of Muslims during America's War on Terror. He was on the 2010 Pulitzer finalist team covering the Fort Hood shooting. He went on to cover national security and has reported from more than 20 countries, including 4 years that he spent based in Beijing, China. For the past 3 years, he has covered health, including notable coverage of mental health during the pandemic. And he's the winner of the National Center on Disability in Journalism's 2021 Journalism Award for reporting on disability. Welcome, William.
Thanks for having me. I'm really glad to be able to talk to you all. I'm an Asian American male. I wear thick glasses, have since I was a child, and I'm speaking to you from my basement converted bedroom office away from my children who are screaming, I'm sure, upstairs. I've told them to be quiet for just the next hour. Hopefully that'll happen.
All right. Thank you, William. Finally, not least, is Amanda Morris. She is the first disability reporting fellow at the New York Times. She's a hard of hearing journalist. Previously, she worked as a multimedia journalist covering science for the Arizona Republic newspaper in Phoenix, Arizona, where I am right now. She also reported on politics for the Associated Press, covered national news for NPR and CNN, and covered local news for several papers, including the Hartford Courant, the Villager, Washington Square News, Prague TV. She speaks both English and American Sign Language. Welcome, Amanda.
Thanks so much for having me. Yep, I'm Amanda, and I am a young white woman. I am wearing a red and black dress, accompanied by red lipstick, of course. And I just have a white background because I am in the office in the New York Times building in New York today.
She's actually in the office.
Yeah.
So, well, I'm so pleased to be able to spend some time speaking with you this morning about our topic, which is disability coverage in the media. And I want to start out by asking you about, you have all covered disability in one way or another as reporters for major media outlets. How did you get started doing it, and why do you do it? We'll start with you, Amanda.
Yeah, I think it's an interesting question of how did you get started doing it? Because I think I've always been doing it. I've never been doing it as a full-time beat before, so this is a pretty cool opportunity for me to do that at the New York Times. But I would say from the time that I started covering disability, from the time I started covering any topic, I started covering disability. I can think back to even in my first internship, which was at a tiny newspaper in Connecticut called the Republican American. There was some protests going on around the state at the time regarding state funding for sign language services that were being cut, that would require deaf people to start paying for their own interpreters at events. And of course, I knew about this because both my parents are deaf and I grew up partially in Connecticut. And I thought it was really important news that a lot of outlets were missing. And I think it's just always been there in the back of my mind as I go through life. Like, I always can tell when something isn't accessible, even if it's not inaccessible to me. I think it's just something I'm always thinking about. And obviously, like, hard of hearing and deaf issues kind of are more obvious to me because those are the disabilities that I and my parents have. So those are the things that I think really led me to start covering the space more, because I was, to be frank, not thoroughly happy with the way others were doing the news on my own communities, and I wanted to do it a little differently. So.
Good. Thank you. Eric or Juan, whoever wants to jump in.
William, I'll defer to you.
I was kind of thrown into covering health and science a few years ago and didn't know much about it, and then just started looking for opportunities to write about, like throughout since I've gotten into journalism, I've always been it's been important to me to write about marginalized people who the rest of the newsroom doesn't cover, because that's how I feel I can add value. There's a million people covering everything that Trump says and Biden says. Like, what can I do to make a difference in the world? And so within health and science, I started focusing a lot onto mental health, because I felt like it was a hole in a lot of newsrooms, including our own. And because like Amanda, like some very personal reasons, like a lot of people in my family and very close to me in my life has struggled with mental health, and like people since college and some best friends have tried to kill themselves and struggled with depression or all sorts of mental issues. And so once I started writing about it, it quickly became apparent to me that this is something that matters. I didn't know how much it mattered to me until I started writing about it. I haven't stopped since.
Thank you. And mental health, I think, particularly is one of those areas that's undercovered. So we'll want to come back to that. Eric, what about you? How'd you get started doing this?
Yeah, I mean, I think I was kind of the opposite of. I mean, a little bit of both for me because like initially I started out covering politics and economics for some Market Watch and then a national journal. And I mean, I'm an autistic reporter. I have a disability, but initially I didn't want to cover that. I didn't want to be pigeonholed. And then what happened was in 2015, if you remember, Donald Trump mentioned autism was becoming an epidemic and he blamed the vaccines. And I think that, and then at the same time, if you remember, that was the same year there was a measles outbreak at Disneyland. And so I remember thinking to myself, wait, so, okay, he's an unconventional Republican, but he's still a Republican. And I know the types of people who don't vaccinate their kids in, California. I grew up in Southern California. Like, those aren't Republicans. Those are hippies. Those are liberals. They're yoga moms. And what that said to me was that we had a lot of bad information about autism. And as a political journalist, I think that I thought that, well, if we have a lot of bad ideas about autism, well, we must be having a lot of bad policies about autism because bad ideas beget bad policy. So I kind of looked at it through a political lens. And I think that it was just kind of, so yeah, that dissatisfaction was a big part of it. And then I just started getting into writing about disability politics as a whole. I think that during the Trump administration, there were a lot of disability rights activists protesting during the repeal of Obamacare. There were a lot of disability rights protesters there were a lot of disability rights activists who influenced the Democratic presidential candidates' disability platforms. And then they also have had, going back to his candidacy, have had a really contentious relationship with Joe Biden. So I think that those were kind of the things that informed my reporting, informed me writing a book about it, and still inform how I look at politics and political and disability stories to this day.
Interesting. So how would you characterize sort of the state of coverage of disability? And I know that your experience is here in the United States, so we're basically talking about the U.S. version of this. But do you think that there's more interest in, more awareness of disability reporting? Is it any good? How would you characterize where we're at? Anybody who wants to jump in?
I mean, I would say it's hit and miss. I think the fact that the New York Times has people specifically dedicated to covering disability. Amanda is there, but also Maggie Astor is phenomenal. I saw you guys collaborated on a piece, but she did a phenomenal job of covering how the challenges that people in the Iowa caucuses who have disabilities face. She did a lot of great stories on vote by mail and how Republican efforts to Republican voting laws are going to make it harder for people with disabilities to cast votes. The fact that the New York Times is hiring Amanda is a great testament. In the same respect, I think that there's a hunger for it. So like, for example, when I was covering, I don't know how many people remember this, but Rochelle Walensky, who's the CDC director for President Biden, she said that most of the people who were dying of Omicron who were already vaccinated were people with comorbidities, and she said they were unwell to begin with. When she had a meeting with disability rights activists later in January, I wrote a piece. It didn't get buku traffic, but it got good enough traffic. It got traffic to show that there's interest and there's a desire to know more about this. So that is it. At the same time, I think some things like on the local level, it's still really bad. So I don't know if you saw, there was a mother who left her son behind in Ohio on the end of a road, and I kind of got into a Twitter rant about that yesterday, but like, it was like, they really portrayed the parents in a good light. And I think you still see a lot of that in filicide stories where there's kind of this attempt to portray parents who kill or abuse their disabled children in a really, humane light. But I think it's really hit or miss, but I think that there's certainly an appetite for it. I think there's certainly a recognition that, or at least there's starting to be a recognition that people with disabilities are news consumers as well as news subjects. I defer to the other.
Amanda, do you two agree?
I definitely agree that it's hit or miss right now. And I think that, like, it's interesting because I feel like we're at a critical point in which disability is actually starting to gain more traction. I think it actually started probably honestly with the fight for like, you know, Medicare for all and things like that. Those kinds of fights brought people with disabilities to the forefront, but it really wasn't until the pandemic that I feel like
Agreed.
been more discussion in mainstream media about disability, and that's because people with disabilities were being disproportionately impacted by the pandemic in so many ways. And that's when I think we've started to actually pay more attention as a news industry. I'm worried that after the pandemic, we'll go backwards to not paying attention to this population when we should be paying attention to this population, because what I think is happening is, if you think about it, the ADA was passed in 1990. Before that, people with disabilities were very much, and they still are today, but even more so before 1990, very much shut out of a lot of public places. They literally just were not able to get into public places. It wasn't accessible, and therefore we did not see them. And if we did not see them, mainstream society pretty much ignored them and pushed them to the side. In the last, it's only been 30 years, we've been seeing people with disabilities more and more in the office, at the movie theaters, like just out and about living everyday life. And I think just in doing that, we're gaining visibility in the public sphere. And I'm starting to see, not even just in the news industry, but in like Hollywood and things like that, more representation in movies and more representation in the people who are writing, you know, screenplays and TV shows and things. So I think we're at a moment where disability is becoming more visible, but I'm worried the media will be slow to catch on to that.
Interesting that COVID has had that kind of effect. I agree with you. I think it has changed the way we look at this. William, what do you think?
Yeah, I totally agree. Like the pandemic kind of gave this opportunity for us all to like write about it and to think about it more deeply. And I worry the same thing, that it's just going to be like this whole talking about return to normal. Like normal wasn't good before, you know? So like a return to normality about coverage of disabilities would not be a good thing. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think that a perfect example of that is, you know, to the point about how much things have changed. When Amanda brought up the Americans with Disabilities Act in 1989, the New York Times had an editorial calling the ADA a blank check for the disabled, and now it has somebody who works there who's a disability fellow. So that's a sign of how much it has grown. And at the same time, I read a great piece in the Washington Post over the weekend about mask mandates in Virginia schools. I don't know, you know, and it talked about how kids who are immunocompromised are worried about mask mandates being lifted. But I think that you're seeing a lot of pundits and you're seeing a lot of people who are really behaving really irresponsibly, who have the biggest platforms, talking about return to normal. A lot of these guys who have newsletters or people who work in who get six-figure deals at Substack, or they're pundits at major publications. They're talking about returning to normal. And unfortunately, the reportage that is really good, that is showing that returning to normal would be bad, is not getting the coverage. But I think things are starting to, but at least to both of your points and to Amanda's point, I think the difference is now that there's an ability and a capacity to push back on that from people with disabilities, but it's still not nearly enough. So I think that's really what to add to both of your points. I'll stop now.
No, go ahead, Amanda. Go.
Sorry, I just wanted to add one more thing about the coverage itself. I think we are also, I just want to point out that we're seeing more coverage of disability across the newsroom, across beats.
Yes.
Really good. But I think to caveat that, like, I'm really happy more people are jumping into the space, but the hard part is that more people are jumping into the space not really knowing what they're jumping into. Yes, there's not as much context for people in the newsroom. They haven't had the same kind of education and training in just like schools and in like public discourse on the history of disabilities, on different types of disabilities, on how to report on disabilities, right? So we're seeing some people jumping into the space and perhaps making mistakes because they don't really know how to cover it, or they're treating it differently than they would any other minority group. Because I get questions all the time about, you know, how do you approach somebody with a disability and things like that. And like, I think these are valid questions, but at the same time, part of me finds it strange that that's the question we're asking when we should have been approaching people with disabilities for these kinds of stories all along.
Yeah.
And the biggest mistake that I still see, the number one mistake, is doing a story that impacts people with disabilities that doesn't quote people with disabilities.
Yes.
Yeah, I was going to ask you what you think the biggest mistakes are. Where are the places where we can make the biggest improvements?
To piggyback off Amanda's point, I absolutely agree. I think that it's certainly good that there are more people who are interested in covering disability, but at the same time, I think that parachuting into it can sometimes lead to peril. And that's not to say, look, whenever you start covering any beat, you're going to make mistakes. That's just inevitable. That being said, I think that there needs to be some more education and there needs to be more willingness. So as Amanda said, whenever there's a story about disability, there should be people with disabilities quoted. There should be the same level of nuance that we give to everyone else. So for example, let's use the example that everybody's talking about right now, which is school reopening and mask mandates. I think that a lot of people don't realize that the same people who would benefit most from school reopening, which are students with disabilities who require in-person learning, are often the same population who are most vulnerable and most immunocompromised. I was talking with a Republican congresswoman I know who has a child who has a disability, and I asked how her kid is, and she said, like, the school's closed because there's another outbreak. This is a Republican congresswoman. So not some liberal or so, but like that's how it is. So I think that what needs to happen is there needs to be more willingness to educate. There needs to be more willingness to collaborate. I think one of the things I appreciate about the Indy is that we're working on a big piece right now about mask mandates in the ACLU. Suing to enforce mask mandates. I'm teaming up with our civil liberties reporter, and we're doing our voting rights / civil liberties reporter, and that helps because I kind of bring the wherewithal of disability, and he's bringing the wherewithal with like the courts. But again, I think that it requires a lot of willingness, collaboration. So yeah, I'll defer to my colleagues.
I think like one of the most important things to avoid, like, not that there's one most dangerous mistake or anything, but the biggest thing is like thoughtfulness and time. So like you're always on deadline, you're always rushing.
Yes.
But like just like and I'm hopeful about this because you see with race reporting or transgendered reporting, like when reporters are jumping into these kind of like perilous waters, you see people kind of being a little more careful. And I think it's just important for reporters to like take that same care when jumping into disabilities. Like, there are media guides. Like I was just consulting one yesterday. I'm writing about mental health and mental disabilities, and then I started writing about autism and Asperger's and what language to use, and like I've been writing about mental health for like 2-3 years, and I was like, I don't know, I'm wading into something I don't know about. I really need to like put the thought into it, and so it's important to like, even as you're on deadline.
That's just the book for you, buddy.
That's right.
And I hope you were using the NCDJ language guide.
Yes. Yeah, it's very helpful. Yeah, but anyways, just I think thoughtfulness and time and like carving out even like a few minutes to think about like, what is the angle here? Am I doing it correctly? Just as you would with any other marginalized group, like race or gender or anything like that.
Well, you're bringing up a good point, which is there are certain challenges to covering disability, right? Mm-hmm. And I'm interested in any particular challenges or obstacles that you've faced as reporters when it comes to covering disability. Can you tell us about that? What you faced and what you did?
Amanda, go ahead.
Yeah, I think there's a couple different things I could go into. One of the challenges, I think, William was talking about this, is just kind of educating yourself. Like I've been covering disability for the last 9 months, but every time I do a story, literally every week, I learn about some sort of new condition or disability. Like this week, it's common variable immune deficiency, and just kind of learning more about that condition. And so it's recognizing that you're not going to know everything, even if you've been covering disability for a long time, and recognizing even within, like, I am hard of hearing and both my parents are deaf, and there are issues in the deaf community that are really controversial, and it can be really hard to figure out how to like wade into those conversations. But yeah, I think it's recognizing that you don't know everything about every disability and being willing to admit that to yourself. That's really important. um, I think another challenge, though, and this is kind of just something that I think is something that newsrooms need to talk about, is, to be honest, like doing the education, and working with editors and things like that. And this has just been kind of something I'm noticing is like, I think something that people reporting on disabilities or writing on disabilities or editing stories on disabilities need to do is to make sure they're finding the right angle and make sure that they're aware of their own biases in
Yeah.
covering things. Because I think essentially we learn a lot about bias, right? But we don't always think about disability and non-disability, like ableism, as a bias. And we should be thinking about that as a bias because it can influence the stories that we do or don't deem worthy of covering. And it can, quickly turn us to doing stories that you wouldn't really want to be doing a bunch of, like inspiration porn stories. But it can also change the wording or change the way we approach a story so that it's actually going to further push away marginalized groups and not actually earn their trust and not actually give them a fair shake, right, in coverage. And then I think the third thing is just fact checking. I was literally doing a talk last week with somebody on a journalism project who was asking me all about how we fact check people's disabilities. And it is an interesting question to me because we don't necessarily fact check other identities in the sense that if somebody tells you they're queer, we don't pull up their grinder, we don't, look for like into their personal lives. If somebody tells you that they are of a certain ethnic or racial background, we don't ask for genetic test. But with disability, it is something that we do fact check when it is relevant to the story, right? It's something that we only mention when it's relevant to the story. But it involves a lot of personal information. I do a lot of fact checks. I'm doing one right now that involve people's medical records or talking to their doctors. And that's really personal to ask for.
Yeah.
And it's really tricky to ask for because you don't want to make it seem like you don't believe somebody when they say that they have a disability. I know this. I even just got fact checked for a story that I was writing for the New York Times where they were fact checking the fact that I have a hearing loss and 2 deaf parents. And I don't mind being fact checked, but it was weird going through that process myself, actually. And I think it taught me a lot about how my sources must feel when they're like, how else would I be able to tell you all of this really obscure stuff about what it's like to live with this disability and lie about it, right? And I never had anybody lying about it to me. Every fact check has always come out that they were telling the truth. So I think we need to examine the role of fact checking and when to do it and how best to do it. I've always tried to be as sensitive as I can and really tell people that I'm willing to work with them to find the best way to do it. And I usually give them multiple options.
This is really an interesting point, Amanda. And William, it's particularly difficult when it comes to covering, a mental health, right? I don't know how you even approach that.
I mean, I think that's like one of the many like what for me when writing about mental health, like the main challenge is just how it's so time consuming because you're talking to people who are not always in like a state to be interviewed. Like you have to be very patient and you have to be very sensitive in approaching it. And so like I don't ask for things like medical records until like, I don't know, my stories take longer. So like maybe day 3 or 4 of spending time with someone, or the second, you know, like after we've talked about so much else and really built up a rapport, and they're okay with opening up their, like I'm doing a story now where I have like, I've on day 3 we went through like 200 pages of medical records of this person and their history with mental health, and it was so helpful, but it took a lot of trust building to get there. I think that's the main challenge, is like being able to meet people where they're at, and then you're writing, like knowing and not being like, I get really frustrated with myself on how long stories are taking, but like the reality is like you're writing about something that most people don't write about, and that there's a reason for that. It's hard, and it deters people. So you just have to be patient and yeah, and be patient with yourself in the story. Yeah.
The patience part is really important. You know, when I was writing my book, it was really important for me to include the voices of non-speaking autistic people. But that meant, I think a lot of times journalists, we're skeptical of emailing questions beforehand. But that's the only way you could get some people with intellectual disabilities or people who can't speak. And it was really one of those things where I needed to be patient and I needed to give them time. And I was kind of like, you know, come on, you need to do that. I might have rushed a few people that I shouldn't have. But like, it was kind of also, I was on deadline. Even when I was writing a book, you're still on deadline, you know, and that was a really frustrating aspect. And it was also one of those things where I needed that proof. But then also I think with when I interviewed some people who self-identified as autistic or self-diagnosed as autistic, and there's not really a way to verify that they're autistic if they self-diagnose. At the same time, you know, like some of the people, at the same time, I think the other thing is that like when you're talking about covering sensitive topics, sometimes, so I had a person who I interviewed for the book, talked multiple times, person sent me their medical records, diaries, all that. And I don't know why, but just as I was getting ready to turn in the final manuscript, I was just like, I don't feel, I need to ask him again if he's comfortable, this person again, if they're comfortable doing this. And I sent this last email. I didn't need to, but then I was like, are you sure I can do this? Because I don't know why, I just didn't feel right in my conscience. And then right at the last minute, literally the day before I turned to the like 2 days before I turned to the manuscript, they said, no, I can't do this. And I was like, but at the same time, that's one of those things where, as a journalist, ethically, you have to pull it out. So I had to take it out, and it sucked. But that was one of those things where it was like, okay, I would rather take this out and be able to sleep at night than and not violate the hell out of this person's privacy. I didn't need to even email them. I'd already got the consent forms and all that. But like, you know, that's one of those things is I think recognizing how much of a tightrope we walk and recognizing how much of a tightrope these people walk. Because the thing of it is that once we're done with the story, we'll walk away from this, you know, or like we'll go on to the next story, we'll go on to the next thing. This is going to exist in perpetuity for the people we cover. So we had to be cognizant of that. I think that's another challenge. So.
Yeah, I actually want to add to what they were, both William and Eric were saying in terms of patient and in terms of being in perpetuity. In terms of like people's disabilities and health information, it is actually really interesting because it could have like real world ramifications, literally just open and honest about their health. I've had people who told me like they did have issues, but they didn't want to go on the record with their names. And I ended up not being able to use them because of the stories that I was doing. But it was because they were worried about ramifications for employment, ramifications for health insurance, things like that. And I think that's a real fear that is very legitimate, especially in terms of employment. When you look at how many people with disabilities don't have jobs because of discrimination. And in terms of the patient's part, like even just this week, I had one person reschedule an interview to be a day later because they had a lupus flare-up. And then I had another person who I was supposed to talk to yesterday at 4 p.m., but they ended up sleeping through it because they were taking certain medications that just make them really tired. And those are just kind of things that are going to happen depending on what types of disabilities you're covering, that people are going to need more time And that can be a challenge when your editors are asking for certain deadlines, but your sources are saying, hey, like my work comes through as it should.
So Amanda, you brought up employment, people with disabilities in newsrooms. Where do you think the industry is on this, in this regard? It seems to me, and push back if you don't agree, that disability newsrooms talk about inclusion and diversity, but disability is often left out of that conversation.
Yeah.
And that affects all kinds of things, including employment. Eric, jump in.
No, I was just going to say, because William, I don't know if you remember the Guild, the Washington Post Guild, when I was there, they did a diversity report. I don't remember there being a disability part of it, because it was about pay equity, which was a good thing. You want to see why people like what the pay inequities are, retainment, and all those things. It was good for race, it was good for gender, it was good for LGBTQ, but that just wasn't a factor. When I left the Washington Post, to the credit, the Guild actually called me and said, did you face any disability discrimination? I would recommend any disabled reporter who works in a union news shop to join their union and become active in their union if they can, to make sure that, that's a labor rights issue. I think one of the things that the difficulty with hiring practices is there still is a bias in a lot of newsrooms towards Ivy Leagues. There's a lot of bias against community colleges and state universities, which is where a lot of people with disabilities go to before, if they wind up going to college. I think also there is, and Amanda said this, she talked about ableism, she talked about bias. I think that there is always this temptation, if you cover your own community, to be seen. I think that editors will see you as biased, but we don't talk about how a lack of newsroom inclusion means that people will bring their preconceived notions about disability into news stories and actively do harm. So a lot of times, so for example, one of the things that I've said is that in my books and in my writing, I don't use the terms high and low functioning autism. Or what I'll say is I'll preclude that people prefer use these terms, but these aren't proper terms. And that isn't me being, I get a lot of people think that I'm an activist, and people describe me as an activist. I'm not an activist. I just simply, as a journalist, don't feel that those are accurate terms. And as journalists, I think that our job is to be accurate. So I tend to prefer saying things like, they have an intellectual disability, or they don't speak, or they require more support needs, or they have a 24-hour care person, or they don't require a 24-hour care person. That may come off as, preachy, but to me, it's just about being accurate. In the same way, I really advocate, I use the NCDJ style guide. And at the same time, I'll make sure that I'll ask I'll make sure okay, I know that I'll see a lot of newsrooms say person with autism when I know that autistic people prefer identity first language. But then at the same time, I also know that people with intellectual disabilities prefer, person first language. So that's why I'll make sure to write an autistic, if it's in a sentence, an autistic person with an intellectual disability. But I think that bias, and I think that kind of judgment that comes in newsrooms can really be detrimental.
Just to kind of add to that, I guess there's 2 points. One is newsroom bias and one is employment. On the newsroom bias side, I've often heard stories, and I know people who are asked to consult on a project around disability because they have disabilities, but then are kind of pushed out of the project or are then criticized for the feedback that they give because it's seen as biased, which I think is interesting that you're asking for people with disabilities perspectives, but then still, I guess, belittling those perspectives. And I think that speaks to how much ableist bias we have in newsrooms. That's still very prevalent in, I would say, most newsrooms in America, unfortunately. That just needs to be examined and actually acknowledged. In terms of employment, Eric talked about this a little bit when he talked about the pipeline. I can tell you, my parents, are both deaf, and employment's always been a little bit of a struggle for both of them. And it's not like my parents are legacy news organization people. And when I for example, when I worked for NPR, my dad said, "What is NPR?" So I think there's a lot of nepotism in the news industry, and it really disservices people with disabilities because, you know, it's not something they're going to have access to. And to Eric's point about colleges, like there's bias in educational institutions that aren't accessible for people with disabilities. So there's already a bias in terms of the college pipeline, and then there's a bias in terms of who you know. And all of that influences hiring practices. And then I would say, like, it's interesting because in every newsroom I've ever been in, I've always felt like the only person with a disability in the room. I have recently discovered that this has not been the fact. Because of this job, I've had more people reaching out to me that are journalists with disabilities. I think the issue is a lot of them are still very, and it's a personal choice, but a lot of them are not speaking out about having a disability. It's still very invisible, and it's because they're afraid of speaking out and saying they have a disability, and they have the privilege of being able to hide it. I don't know that many people. I've met 2 people in my career so far that also had non-invisible disabilities that they couldn't hide. Everybody else that I know has, in newsrooms at least already, has been in invisible disabilities, which is also like important, but it just speaks to the fact that it's not visible, right? Whether people aren't talking about it or whether people who have obviously visible ones aren't getting in. And I think that speaks to the news industry as a whole. Again, looking at the way it's structured, there's this expectation that you're going to work from 5 a.m. to midnight, Saturday through Sunday. There's this expectation you're going to be able to lift heavy equipment, that you're going to come into the office every day. There's talk about returning to the office, and I love being in the office, but I do think there could be a little flexibility to be more inclusive of remote work for people who need it. There's like so many things, and there's this expectation. I think it's rooted in the fact that newsrooms historically were consisting of white, able-bodied men, most of the time cisgender and all these other things. And it kind of created this industry that's founded in being able-bodied. That's just my big picture view of it.
Yeah.
I appreciate the big picture.
William, anything on employment, on the importance of that?
No, they're so right, and it's so depressing. I mean, because it's been like this, and then what? It's just like it's like any of those other kind of groups, like race, gender, except that I feel like people don't talk about disabilities. They're talking about race and gender and other things, sexuality, but like, you know, the disabled is just, it's not even in that room to discuss.
Do you think it's changing at all?
I don't know. Maybe.
I mean, I'll say this. I think that a lot of times what happens is, you know, so you saw newsrooms kind of at least begin to have a quote unquote reckoning on race after the George Floyd killing. How many newsrooms actually followed through on that is TBD. You started to see at least a change in how in women and coverage of sexual assault, sexual harassment, you know, after the Me Too movement. I'm not going to name any specific newsrooms because Lord knows there's a lot of ones with sexual assault and sexual harassment, and there's a lot of newsrooms with racism. But there hasn't, you would think, to the point about, we were talking about the coronavirus pandemic earlier, because we were all at home, there was never the possibility of a kind of, even though that happened with George Floyd, we were all at home, because there aren't even that many disabled reporters to begin with, and then we were all at home. The coronavirus pandemic almost precluded the ability for us to kind of reevaluate our biases about ableism and disability. When this was, you know, the perfect example of this is, let's talk about, you know, you work at the New York Times, Amanda. Andrew Cuomo was hailed by a lot of newsrooms, by a lot of newspapers for his handling of the coronavirus pandemic while people in nursing homes were dying. That should have caused us to reevaluate things. But because we were all home, that didn't lead to us reevaluating our coverage. So I think that there has yet to be. I'm not a fan of believing that flashpoints can change anything, but they can
So
often.
a reckoning is what you're thinking of? Yeah.
Yeah. I'm not a fan of the word reckoning, but
maybe
yeah.
that hasn't happened yet.
No, it hasn't.
Yeah. Yeah, interesting. I want to go back to something else, Amanda, that you raised, which was inspiration porn. And I'm not sure everybody is familiar with that phrase. Can we talk a little bit about what that is and how you try to avoid it?
These are great questions.
Yeah, everybody's favorite word. Everybody loves to ask about this because I think it is a tricky line. I get a lot of questions about inspiration porn. There's really obvious examples of it. Just off the top of my head, baby hears for the first time. Why is that newsworthy? I see those all the time. And there's not so obvious examples of it. Like sometimes Paralympics coverage can veer into this category.
Yes.
And it doesn't feel as obvious, but it is still there. Sometimes it's simply the framing of a story. I think this is the most clear example. I use it a lot, but it's a couple years ago, I was working at NPR, assigning Starbucks, opened up in DC. I got a lot of people sending me articles being like, this is so cool. And I was like, actually, it is kind of cool, but why is it newsworthy? Is it newsworthy that a company is hiring deaf employees? Why is it newsworthy for people with disabilities to get jobs? 2, is it newsworthy that a huge multi-million, billion, I'm not sure, a huge company like Starbucks has one store that's accessible now? Why is that newsworthy? And a lot of the coverage around it was very like celebratory of like, look how cool this is. And I was happy. I went to the Starbucks. But at the same time, when I went to the Starbucks, I talked to one of the baristas, and he had a master's degree in education, and he's a barista. So to me, the news story wasn't, oh, this store opened up and they have it accessible and they're hiring deaf people. The news story was deaf people can't get jobs.
Yeah.
And that's what I wrote about. I incorporated the Starbucks into the story as an example of how somebody who is much more qualified is a barista, because that was the job he found.
I'm sure Starbucks loved that story.
Probably not as much, but the signing Starbucks is still there. I still like the store itself. I just wish that every Starbucks was accessible, is kind of the question I was asking myself.
And for those who don't know, it's in the neighborhood not too far from Gallaudet University, which is a university for the deaf. That's where the Deaf President Now movement began, for those who know their disability history. So it would make sense that there is a, Starbucks where people can sign to get their venti, but in the same respect, I think that's an example of how inclusion and newsroom inclusion can make things better. I mean, I think that, so I think that, for example, another example I can say for me is that, like, one thing that when I was at Roll Call, one of the things I was proudest of is, so a lot of people were noticing how, Tammy Duckworth is, it was the Illinois Senate race between Mark Kirk and Tammy Duckworth, and both of them use wheelchairs. And then what I decided to do is I thought, like, well, I've covered campaigns before as a reporter at Roll Call, and I was thinking, you're on your feet a lot as a reporter. I mean, as a candidate, you are going to teas and socials and marches, and this happened to be. And then what I decided to do is I decided to go to Chicago for the St. Patrick's Day. For those who don't know, in Illinois, St. Patrick's Day is like a thing. And what I did is I just decided to follow around both of them and kind of survey how difficult it is to get around when you're a candidate with a disability, and so Tammy Duckworth said, like, I'm not going to do events where it's not wheelchair accessible. That probably costs her votes, but she's not going to do it. And the same way I thought immediately when I thought, so that, and then like initially, and I didn't get to write the story, but then immediately my mind went there, is that like, I thought when the riot at the Capitol happened, I was like, oh my God, where's Tammy Duckworth? You know, because I've been on the Capitol multiple times and I'm like, there's not that many elevators, you know, and like if you've got mob of people going through there, you know, that so I think that having that consciousness and having that awareness is one of those things that's important. And instead of doing, oh, it's so inspiring that Tammy Duckworth and Mark, you know, is you know, a disabled person as a veteran, I think that that was one of those things. Another perfect example is I'm friends with Sarah Luderman. And instead of doing the typical inspiration story about Madison Cawthorn, because he had been saying that he was a Paralympian, she actually did the fact checking and found out that he wasn't a Paralympian. You know, so I think that's one of those things where having people with disability in your newsroom, it's like, okay, that allows you to do your due diligence and do reporting that is actually newsworthy. So
I actually struggle with the opposite, and I haven't found a good solution for that, of the inspiration porn. Like in writing about suicide and mental health, like I'm constantly writing about despair, and
Yes.
I've had advocates tell me, like, you have to be careful that you have some grain of hope, or some, that it's not just there's no hope, there's no hope, there's no hope in these stories. And I haven't found a solution for that yet in some of the stories that I do, like not all of them, but it's like something I'm mindful of and am struggling with a lot.
that you raised a really good point, William. One of the things that I did when I wanted to write in my book is that, like, I didn't want it to be I didn't want it to be grim and despair. So one of the things I wanted to do is I wanted to portray families where I profiled this one family who was, everybody in the family was autistic, and I wanted to show how normal it was to have autistic people in families. And I portrayed a family where one of the kids is autistic and requires round the clock care, but they have an entire ecosystem to support them in the neighborhood and all that, and, you know, adequate support systems. So I think that that's one of those things where I wanted to make sure that I don't have despair, and that I show that this is an ideal model and that these people are human. But at the same time, you know, you also have to, you know, I think that because we're journalists and we kind of have this proclivity to, okay, there's a problem, we need to shed light on it. That can also be a bias in and of itself, and where we can be too negative. So that's something that I 100% agree with you, William, that like it requires having that balance. So
Yeah.
I actually wanted to add, in terms of the negative versus positive, like, I agree. It's kind of a struggle sometimes to make sure your coverage isn't all like depressing and negative, because the last thing we want to do is make it seem like having a disability is inherently negative.
Yes.
And something to be pitied or something that's sad all the time, right? Because it's not. It's an identity, like any other identity.
Yes.
And I think, obviously with journalism, like, we do tend to focus on issues, which can skew our coverage to make it sometimes more negative. And I think there's nuance to be found, like in terms of a positive story, you should still report the positive stories, but
Agreed.
There's a way to do it. Like we did a story at the New York Times recently about a deaf football team that was, you know, just kicking butt, and like
I read that and it was good.
yeah, I did the I helped with edits on that one. And I some of my edit suggestions were to like really kind of not just say, oh, it's cool that this team is deaf and that they're like winning, because like, why is that newsworthy, right? Like, football teams win all the time. It's that they were disparaged and thought that they, like, a lot of people assumed they couldn't do it because they were deaf, and they were getting less funding, and their school didn't have as good of a like field and equipment. And despite that, they're doing great. And it's not like, oh, despite their disability, they're doing great. It's kind of the framing of it is, despite the barriers and stigma of society, they're literally just normal football kids kicking butt. And it's a fun story. And I think the other like fix to only reporting on problems or only reporting inspiration porn is to look at disability as an identity and look at some of these cultural things and some of these fun little quirky ways that they live their lives. Because I think, and this is the issue with parachute journalism, when people parachute into disability, they're automatically looking for problems, right? They're like, most of the time when I see other people reporting on disability, it's stuff like issues, right? Which is important to report on.
Yes.
But it's not going to be stuff like I'm doing a story right now on how sign language use is different between different generations of deaf people.
Oh, that's
Something that
cool.
somebody's going to get unless they either know somebody, talk to somebody, or actually engage with the community. If you engage with the disability community on Twitter or other spaces, there's things they're talking about besides just problems, right? Like,
Yeah.
there's fun things that they talk about all the time, like fun little quirky things that they do, or that like habits or trends or things like that, that I think can be reported on too.
Great points. Great points. And disability isn't necessarily something, right, that you overcome. It's part of an identity, as you point out, and should be covered in that way. We're running out of time. I have one final quick question for each of you. For our audience, if they're really interested in getting more and better coverage of disability, they want to pitch a story, for example, about disability, what advice do you have? Do you have any tips on how to approach you or reporters in general in order to generate story coverage?
Don't assume anything. Actually read my stuff if you want to pitch me. That's one of the reasons. Like, I will immediately tell if you haven't read my work. I think like I got an email pitch for a sheltered workshop a few weeks ago, and I was like, "Have you read nothing that I have covered?" It was, so like do your homework and actually like listen to it. I think the other thing is that, like, if you're a journalist and if you're a disabled journalist and you want to pitch something, find the angle and find the best way that it affects the audience of that publication. I wrote when Bob Dole passed away, I wrote a whole piece about his legacy and the death of bipartisanship for the New Republic, and that I knew was just kind of catnip for the New Republic. But then Amanda's piece was about the political legacy of it, and Amanda's piece on Bob Dole was fantastic because she got the political angle. The New York Times has phenomenal political coverage, and that really was what made it amazing. So
yeah, so it's do your homework. Good advice. Final words, Amanda or William, on how to pitch a story.
William, do you want to go first?
Sure.
I think, yeah, like I get so many, I get like 100 emails a day, and I just delete. I think like do your homework, like tailor it if you're really serious about trying to get, and then also like find a story, like make it a story and not just like a commercial press release, because I must delete like at least 100 every day without, I read the first line and it's clear it's just,
wow, all right,
this product, this thing. Yeah, find an actual story that I can write.
A story that presumably has people at the center of it.
Yeah, people, struggles, things that are interesting, and not just like,
promote. Okay,
promote some product. Yeah.
Amanda, final word.
I was actually going to say find the people, right? Like,
sorry,
pitch me stories. Pitch me stories, but like pitch me people, not products, not companies. And in terms of reaching out, like, I love hearing from people. I really try to respond to people who reach out for advice or who want to cover disability. I will say though, if you are reaching out and you're saying, like, I want to cover disability, I had some people reaching out when the fellowships were posted, like asking about the disability fellowship in particular. And I was looking at their work and they had never covered disability before, which isn't to say that they can't cover disability, but like, if you're specifically looking at this, like, just tell me why you care when you reach out, maybe like,
yes.
Like, why does this story matter to you? Why does this pitch matter to you? If you can't find a reason to care, I don't know why readers would, right? So yeah, I think the biggest thing is if you want to cover disability, you should care about disability, or like just, it doesn't have to be, maybe you're really interested in one subsection of disability and that's what you want to focus on, like go for it. But I don't know. I think I've gotten people reaching out who weren't actually educated. I had I had one person reach out that just really did not seem like they even knew anything about disability because they used all sorts of offensive terms. And it just struck me as very careless and just, oh, they wanted a job and not, or they wanted a story. Like, I think there's reporters who might just want to report on disability without actually like engaging with the community of disability or the people who have disabilities without like, and that I think veers more into exploitation than reporting.
Yeah, I agree.
Like, I don't think we should be trying to build our names off of that. And so I think that's like one piece of advice. The other piece of advice is to actually engage with people who have disabilities, and that will give you story ideas.
I think that is a great way to leave it. And we're out of time, but this is a great conversation. William, Eric, Amanda, thank you so much for sharing your incredible talents and thoughts about covering disability. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Maybe there's, I think Eric left the, okay, thank you everyone. Thanks a lot, Kristin. Thanks a lot, William. And
Thank you so much. I
See
hope
you.
the conference is going well there. Bye-bye.
thanks a lot from the whole Zero Project team. Bye-bye.